after doing a surge and stuff like that. So is it, yeah, not only the importance of actually providing support, but building this partnership and learning together how to do things?
Yeah, I mean, I think those things go together. By working together, you build the trust and the interpersonal relationships that trust is really based on. I mean, that's what we say when we trust each other, is there's an interpersonal connection. That makes the mission easier. That makes it easier to collaborate. It makes it easier to learn from each other. You know, one of the things that we've been very clear about ever since the very start of this mission was Canada was not coming to help Latvia. Canada and Latvia were going to work together to deliver effects that were beneficial to both of us. And I think that's sort of very helpful. To go back to the when does you know, us become we, these are problems that we face internally to Canada. We face it internally with our partnerships. And I just like to underline that the trust isn't a binary. I kind of presented it as a binary. You either have trust or you don't. But of course it's a continuum from absolutely none, in which case I don't see how you could even contemplate working together, and then it's a range all the way up to some sort of very tightly knit, tightly integrated capabilities. And I'm pretty proud of the fact that the teams we've sent here have managed to push sort of that boundary to that very, very thoroughly integrated kind of level.
Yeah.
Can I? It's a very exciting topic, and I think what is really interesting with our relationship with Canadian counterpart is that usually you think that the trust is really personal. You'll meet people, you start working with them, you know them. In your case, people here change. So this is this extra level that we at the beginning were quite worried about. But then you see that it's also the mindset of the organization, and it's the way how it's set from the top of the organization, and people really come already here with the right attitude, and that's amazing.
You know, I think that's a good point. That you know, again, trust is not a binary. There are ways that you can pre-turn trust. You can start setting it up in advance by being. I mean, it sounds trite, but the way to build trust is to be trustworthy. And the way to be trustworthy is to genuinely want the same kind of outcomes. So I do think we've built organizations that do that. I'm sort of pre-turning the question that you haven't asked yet. But that's kind of the answer to how you make this work more broadly. I think, is that you accept that trust isn't a binary. You accept wherever you start. You find whatever that joint, mutually beneficial mission set or set of activities is, and begin to conduct it. Because every time I have seen cyber teams work together, they have come out of the other end of an activity as, if not friends, certainly colleagues, and as you mentioned, usually friends.
Yeah, absolutely. It actually, and I think that sort of develops my question of not only being to you, but I think I can apply it to all three panelists sitting here today. That, you know, we all have partnerships. You know, we're either part of a larger organization or you know, we have some bilateral partnerships with specific nations. I know from the MOD point of view, then, you know, there's collaboration with other national cybersecurity centers, all sorts of meetings across Europe, you know, and there are deeper, you know, maybe ties and partnerships somewhere there. I know from the CERT side as well, with the CERT network, you know, there are specific maybe bordering countries that, you know, you could cooperate with a bit more, mainly because the incidents that are actually affecting your region more so than that being a reason. And with General ISACA in the case of NATO, yeah, as you sort of touched upon it before. And so to all of you, is there a level of I don't know, as you mentioned, trust isn't binary. You can't measure it as you either have it or don't. But is there a gold level of how many people can be in a friendship bubble so that so you can share the maximum amount of information and trust everyone? Because obviously, you know, if you have 50 people, then you're not going to share everything. But if you have a very close two-way relationship, then you know it's more trustworthy because you know each other.
Maybe I will start with this one. Well, I would say that, of course, as with individual friendships, well, you probably can't have 50 best friends. That's just not possible. And what you can have is, of course, to build a format where you have the possibility to cooperate at least at some level. And here I talk about the two clubs that we are in, like EU and NATO. But of course, it's understandable that we will not have the same level of cooperation with all the other 26 EU member states or the rest of 31 NATO member states. You naturally will have some that you are cooperating closer with and some that maybe not so close. But still, there is this format. There is always this possibility where you can build a cooperation, and we have all the prerequisites for that. So I think it's just we have the tools, we can use them, and you can use however you want. But very simply answering your question, no, you can't have 50 best friends. Yeah, that's as simple as that, I think.
13 and a half is the number. um, so it's context dependent as well. You know, the kinds of things you need to trust people to do vary depending on the outcomes you're looking to have. So if you take a look at NATO, and if you pick a NATO system that we all participate in, the kind of trust needed in order to collaboratively defend something that we all have equity in is much lower than the level of trust that's needed in order to collaboratively defend something that we have sort of much more narrow national equities in. So back to, you know, it's more than one dial. It's not a little bit of trust or a lot. It's also a matter of trust at what. And managing that space is kind of one of, I think, the strategic goals of at least military cyber forces is where do we put the kind of effort. I mentioned in my speech that one of Canada's observations is going deep in a couple of places is incredibly helpful and incredibly useful. And in fact, going deeper in one spot, as sort of we've done here in Latvia, it tends to have knock-on effects to other trust relationships because you've sort of shown that you're trustworthy to build that kind of thing. But managing who we're working in partnership with and how deep those partnership goes is a key part. But the more of that we can do before we need it, the better off. There's a long-standing sort of quote in the emergency response field that you can't surge trust. If you've built trust, you can surge effort, but if that trust doesn't exist in the first place. So making sure that you've got enough everywhere, but a few deeper, more profound kind of partnerships, I think is one of our observations of the past couple of years.
I just agree. We have these groups that we are part of, and it's very good to know that there are people we can contact if needed, but still these deeper relations you can forge with either your neighbors next door or with your allies for other reasons, but it can be not too many.
Yeah, and I think it sort of also comes back to the first question and highlights the importance of an event like this, at least on a national level now, I can say, due to the fact that you can meet, for example, representatives of companies that operate locally and build the trust with, people that you eventually will work with to either solve incidents or raise awareness on certain matters. And yeah, it sort of highlights that although the world is digital, you still need these events where you can meet in person and that it's a bit different than sending an email or a phone call.
No, but absolutely. You talk with a person here, and later when you sort of get this email, you already understand what it's about, who was this person, what we talked about, how we can help each other, basically.
The world is smaller than we think it is. I had the comments about meeting Bibi in Japan, but the other real bit is this morning there were two of us on stage, myself and Luc Dandrin, back to back, unplanned. He and I were thesis partners on our undergraduate degrees over 30 years ago. Together. So the people that you build relationships with, if you adopt that sort of being trustworthy approach, you can spread yourself fairly thin and get pretty broad.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys very much. I think awesome minds on stage here and giving their input on actual things. So thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the conference, and we'll be back in the lunch break for another one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Not long ago, securing our workforce just meant making sure Sarah could connect from Boston or Bali. But today, it's about securing an ever-expanding number of clouds, networks, and SaaS applications. That's why we turn to Cloudflare, the unified security platform that protects us everywhere. Backed by threat intelligence from a massive global network, Cloudflare secures our employees, applications, and networks everywhere business takes us.
Baltijas konteineru terminālis ir viens no galvenajiem loģistikas centrālmezgliem Baltijā. Ik gadu šeit tiek apstrādāti vairāk nekā 260,000 konteineru. Šeit katrai darbībai jābūt precīzi koordinētai. Līdz šim savstarpējo saziņu un iekšējo sistēmu darbību nodrošināja Wi-Fi tīkls, taču šim risinājumam ir savas nepilnības. Pirmkārt, šādai teritorijai nepieciešami vairāki desmiti Wi-Fi pieejas punkti. Līdz katram jāizvelk tīkla kabelis un jānodrošina arī elektrība. Otrakārt, saziņa ostas terminālī bieži notiek kustībā un izmantojot esošo Wi-Fi tehnoloģiju, nereti sakari pazūd. Treškārt, daudziem Wi-Fi signāliem pārklājoties, rodas tīkla traucējumi. Šīs nepilnības traucē raitam darba ritumam. Ko darīt?
Pavisam vienkārši. LMT kā pirmie Baltijā ievieš privāto 5G tīklu šādā industriālā teritorijā. Pavisam nesen tas šķiet neiespējami, šobrīd tas ir ekonomiski pamatojums un arī ļoti vienkārši izdarāms. Vispirms LMT veids esošās infrastruktūras izpēti un radioplānošanu. Labā ziņa, 5G privāto tīklu ir iespējams izveidot uz esošās tīkla infrastruktūras bāzes. Tātad pirms tam šeit bija nepieciešams aptuveni 20 Wi-Fi pieejas punktu, lai nodrošinātu labu tīklu pārklājumu. Privātiem 5G tīklam mums pietiek ar 2 vai pat 1 raidītāju, pateicoties lielākai pārraides jaudai. Tātad jaunā privātā tīkla tehnoloģija var gan papildināt, gan aizstāt esošos tīkla tehnoloģijas, tādējādi faktiski labojot nepilnības, kas ir redzams esošajās tīkla tehnoloģijās kā Wi-Fi un citās. 5G nodrošina stabilu savienojumu kustībā. Mēs jau braucam kuru apli pa šo teritoriju un savienojums nereiz vēl nav pazudis. 5G dod iespēju aizstāt vecās analogās rācijas ar mūsdienīgiem sakariem. Tagad mēs varam ne tikai runāt, bet arī aizsūtīt bildes un video saviem darba kolēģiem. Kā tev tagad, Jāni, vai viss strādā?
Jā, Kārli, viss ir lieliski. Paldies!
Privātais tīkls darbojas savā atsevišķā licencētā radiofrekvencē. Un tādējādi mēs iegūstam mazākus tīklu traucējumus un varam nodrošināt labāku, augstākas kvalitātes tīklu savienojumu bez pārtraukumiem. Bet iespējams pati būtiskākā 5G tīkla priekšrocība ir drošība. Kamēr iekārtā nebūs ievietota speciāla 5G privātā tīkla simkarte, tīklam pieslēgties nebūs iespējams.
Ja vēlies pats savu privāto mobilo tīklu rūpnīcā, noliktavā vai citur, zvani LMT vai dodies uz sistēmas.lmt.lv un piesakies sarunai.
This production was crafted with the creative power of artificial intelligence, ushering in a new era of storytelling. Enjoy.
Good evening, AI.
Good evening, Grandma. How can I help you?
Have you heard about CERT.LV? Yes, Grandma, I've heard about CERT.LV. It's like a group of computer safety superheroes right here in Latvia. They work tirelessly to protect our government, municipalities, and crucial state infrastructure from those mischievous internet troubles. They're our digital guardians, making sure our online world stays safe and sound.
But how they can protect our government?
They look out for bad things happening on computers. If they see something wrong, they try to stop it and inform others how to stay safe online.
Oh, I see. But how did they get so smart?
They got smart by studying a lot about computers and how to keep them safe, Grandma. They learn from experts, practice solving problems, and keep up with new things in the computer world. It's like how you learn new recipes by cooking and trying different ingredients. Over time, they became really good at it.
But where can one find them?
CERT.LV can be found on the internet, Grandma. They have a special place called a website, www.cert.lv, where you can learn about them and get in touch if you need help.
But can I call them if I have computer problems?
CERT.LV offers DNS firewalls to the internet users and valuable information on its website and social media on staying safe online. You should check it out, and I suggest calling your grandson first for assistance if you have computer issues, a chance to spend some time together.
I should call him and invite him over for a coffee and cookies.
That's a lovely idea, Grandma. Glad I could be of service.
Thank you, AI. Good night.
You're welcome, Grandma. I'm glad I could help. Good night.
Not long ago, securing our workforce just meant making sure Sarah could connect from Boston or Bali. But today, it's about securing an ever-expanding number of clouds, networks, and SaaS applications. That's why we turn to Cloudflare, the unified security platform that protects us everywhere. Backed by threat intelligence from a massive global network, Cloudflare secures our employees, applications, and networks everywhere business takes us.
Baltijas konteineru terminālis ir viens no galvenajiem loģistikas centrālmezgliem Baltijā. Ik gadu šeit tiek apstrādāti vairāk nekā 260,000 konteineru. Šeit katrai darbībai jābūt precīzi koordinētai. Līdz šim savstarpējo saziņu un iekšējo sistēmu darbību nodrošināja Wi-Fi tīkls, taču šim risinājumam ir savas nepilnības. Pirmkārt, šādai teritorijai nepieciešami vairāki desmiti Wi-Fi pieejas punkti. Līdz katram jāizvelk tīkla kabelis un jānodrošina arī elektrība. Otrakārt, saziņa ostas terminālī bieži notiek kustībā un izmantojot esošo Wi-Fi tehnoloģiju, nereti sakari pazūd. Treškārt, daudziem Wi-Fi signāliem pārklājoties, rodas tīkla traucējumi. Šīs nepilnības traucē raitam darba ritumam. Ko darīt?
Pavisam vienkārši. LMT kā pirmie Baltijā ievieš privāto 5G tīklu šādā industriālā teritorijā. Pavisam nesen tas šķiet neiespējami, šobrīd tas ir ekonomiski pamatojums un arī ļoti vienkārši izdarāms.
welcome back to CyberStory, the parallel track of the cybersecurity conference CyberChess. I hope people here in the room had a nice evening last evening, had a nice drink and opportunity to network and connect and build new relationships and connections. We had a very busy program yesterday. We looked at healthy cybersecurity practices, like cyber advocacy, transparency in the face of a cyber attack. We looked at artificial intelligence, not for just how to predict vulnerabilities, but also how to protect against them. And as well, we looked at ransomware from 3 different perspectives: financial, psychological, and technical, of course. So if you're interested in all those topics but couldn't come to CyberStory track, you're welcome to check them online. But today is a new day and new topics to discuss. The topics for today will be DNS, so domain name system, and as well as stories from the cyber battlefield in Ukraine. So a lot of engaging topics for today as well. But if we talk about DNS per se, so domain name system, it is truly the backbone of internet. And, well, I think nowadays nobody's life is imaginable without DNS. And funny enough, also cyber attackers' lives are not imaginable without DNS. So that's why all topics related to domain names fit perfectly into such cybersecurity conferences like CyberChess. And the first panel discussion, or if I may, an engagement discussion, that I encourage every one of you sitting here in the room also to engage in, ask questions. A reminder, you can also ask questions online, or you can just raise your hand and ask them here. Online, use the menti.com, enter those codes, and ask the question. I'll read that to our panelists here. The panel discussion today is called DNS on steroids, and it will be truly on steroids. We'll look at the domain name system from different perspectives. But first, we'll try to look at it from the traditionalist perspective. And here I would like to welcome the CEO of the .lv registry, NIC.lv, Katrina Sataki. Welcome on stage.
Thank you. We're looking forward to a very heated discussion, and I can already feel the heat building up, so it's very hot. So, and I'll start by asking you a question. So, what is your favorite domain name? Do you have any? Oh, that's a domain, top-level domain. I'm asking about domain names.
CyberChess.LV.
Oh, OK. That's interesting. Surely, you can like your own website, any domain name that you use frequently. My favorite, I really like to see people using domain names very creatively. For example, I love domain name Go-To. It's the country code top-level domain of Tonga. And, of course, we use a similar address for URL shorteners in Latvian. It's EUZ, and it translates exactly that, Go-To. But in this case, UZ is at the top-level domain of the Republic of Uzbekistan. Another example of very creative approach, if you go to Origo, that's a city terminal, you'll see Ziedu Guru, which could be translated into English as Flower Guru. And I must say that perhaps I'm the only one, even in my team, who recognizes this as a domain name. But I really love the approach when people use all opportunities very creatively. And of course, I love all .lv domain names, especially when people use them actively, when they use them for their websites, for their email addresses, and when they put those websites and email addresses on their cars, on their trucks, in any other ads that they are using. And of course, I love when people register domain names. So the more domain names they register, the better. And actually, for me, it doesn't even matter if those are .lv domain names. Of course, I would prefer everybody to choose .lv, but it really doesn't matter because people need to use domain names instead of their social network pages. So how people can express themselves creatively. You know that first there was a word. And when we talk about the words on the internet, we talk about top-level domains. And of course, everything started with generic top-level domains, or GTLDs, like com, net, org. And for some time, that's what we had. Then we started using country code top-level domains. So those are two letters according to ISO 3166 standard. And then in 2012, all of a sudden we got a bunch of new GTLDs. And we also, new GTLDs that let us express ourselves more freely, like flower.guru. And you can choose from all those domain names, and of course, all those top-level domains. And it's getting more and more difficult for people to see, to decide where to go, what to use, what not to use. But somehow people, again, they continue expressing themselves. Next step is something that I wanted to mention while I'm setting up the stage is those are internationalized domain names, IDNs. And here you can see all 62 IDN CCTLDs registered for different countries and territories around the world. Actually, for 43 countries and territories, they use 62 CCTLDs in their own language. And that actually gives more than 3 billion people around the world possibility to use the internet in their own language. I'm not saying they do, I'm just saying that this is the way they can use it. And so today, if we look at the number of domain names registered today, so the latest DNS industry, domain name industry brief from VeriSign, they count 362 million domain names. As you can see, majority of those are registered in legacy GTLDs. Those are 17 GTLDs that we used to have before 2012. And more than 170 million are registered in .com and .net. Then 34 million in new GTLDs and 140 million in under country code top-level domains, not just those two letters, but also IDN, so we count everything there. So what to expect next? Well, somewhere around 2026, we might expect a new expansion of the G space, meaning that we'll have new GTLDs plus even newer GTLDs. No idea what those might be. Maybe you have, but you didn't have your favorite domain names either, so my hopes are not too high. But if you do have an idea, so yes, you could apply and get your own top-level domain. So we might have even more top-level domains in the future. Or maybe not as many as we want. So no idea. No idea. Nobody knows what to expect from the, I call it newer round of GTLDs, but well, let's wait and see. But speaking about all the other things that evolve around DNS, oh, there are many, many things that we could talk about. Does it give you more choice? Definitely yes. Governments want to interfere more and more. So it gives us more regulations, and well, NIS2 to name a few. Social media definitely is one of the threats for the addressing system, because sometimes companies prefer to use their Facebook or Instagram pages instead of their own websites. DNS abuse, of course, is something to worry about. More cybercrime, because cybercriminals also get more and more sophisticated. They use AI tools, they have new approaches, and of course, no matter how hard we try to tackle DNS abuse and all related issues, well, we're always behind. We're catching up, but probably cybercriminals will come up with some new things, and they definitely will come up with new things. So if we look at the traditional DNS, of course, again, we can talk for hours about that, which is something that people usually are very surprised about. They say, what to talk about when those are domain names? It's half an hour and that's enough. No, we can talk for hours, for days, and maybe even longer, as some organizations clearly could agree with. So what to expect? Will we get new players? Definitely yes. I know that some really want to join this game and get their own top-level domains. We also definitely will see some new groups of cyber criminals abusing the system, finding new ways to abuse the system. At the same time, we might see a lot of consolidation on the market, because regulation, or the burden of the regulation, it really triggers well, some response, and we need to see how to implement all those requirements. And I suspect that many smaller registrars, well, smaller registries definitely will struggle, I can tell you that. Small registrars also will suffer. The registrars, those are the companies that offer domain name registration services to their customers, and they have to follow all those requirements set by legislators, and that's not an easy thing. So I suspect we will see some marriages between registrars, or maybe I should say that bigger registrars just will swallow those smaller ones, and that actually would be it will be a pity. I will be really sorry to see many smaller registrars going out of business just because they can't follow all the rules, all the requirements. Another interesting thing that happened after the first round of new GTLDs was this shift of power. If, when we had only 17 GTLDs and more than 250 something CCTLDs, registrars were fighting among themselves who will offer the largest numbers of TLDs for their customers. Nowadays, with more than 1,500 top-level domains, they are not so eager to get more and more TLDs on their portfolio. What they do the opposite. Now they realize that we have the market power, and we will choose which GTLDs to offer. We have a limited space of screen real estate, so we can't feature all TLDs. So we can choose which ones to show, to offer to our customers as the primary product, which again means that they have the power and they can ask for example, ask for money. You want to be on our front page. You want our customers to choose your domain name. Sure, pay us. So that's, it is a shift on the market, and well, we'll see how it evolves. Well, definitely it will get more and more difficult for especially smaller CCTLDs like ourselves or smaller GTLDs. So how to fight for the interest of internet users. Maybe, for example, by offering a safer place for their business. For example, by fighting DNS abuse. Okay, nowadays everybody fights DNS abuse, but probably, again, we need to think of new approaches how to do that. So being traditional, yet very approachable, very creative. So will we see more domain names in the future? Well, that's a very good question, because, again, as I said, very many people prefer Facebook, because it's easy to set up a page there. Really easy, like that. But it's also very easy to lose it. And actually, not so long time ago, a month or so, for no particular reason, Facebook just took down our page of Nick.LV. They just said, it's been disabled. Why? Why? What happened? We haven't done anything wrong, like really anything wrong. And we said, no, there's no reason to do that. They said, oh, sorry, it's up again. Well, good for you. Thank you very much. So, of course, something similar can happen to your website. Somebody can hack it. Somebody can emulate it. But the same happens on social media. So I think that one of the issues that we need to solve is how to make DNS simpler and easier for end users. And probably the one of the, those are the questions I could think of. I'm sure that you will have many other questions. But will all these changes that we see only with new GTLDs, with new IDN CCTLDs, with the rise of DNS abuse, with fight against DNS abuse, with regulatory requirements, verification of end users. Yeah, well, the days when we could just go online and register a domain name, they're over, because NIS2 will ask us to prove that, yes, that's us. That's me who wants to register this domain name. And all those registries and registrars will have to take all your details, will have to verify them. And that's an additional burden for end users. So the question is, will all these changes result in happier, safer users? And not just users in terms of domain names, but also users in terms of ordinary internet users. So how will it evolve? So what we'll see in the future? I'd say your guess is as good as mine. So maybe we can see some evolution of DNS. Yes, we should talk about Web3 domains. Oh, please.
Absolutely. I know that ICANN doesn't like it. I know that ICANN doesn't like Web3 domains.
Be careful, be careful. Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Katrina. It was really interesting hearing that it did happen to Nick.LV that Facebook took down your page. My personal experience is with IBF.LV, a hobby project. We did lots of educational videos and live streams about the crypto. And we were exploring Bitcoin and lots of other things. We were actually the people, we were the channel who created Mr. Bitcoin, the guy whose code runs in the Bitcoin core. And at one point, Facebook made a decision. Well, crypto is potentially dangerous, and there are lots of scams involved in it. And they took down over 800 of our videos, just like that. And all our, like 2/3 or even more of our content has disappeared forever. That is one of the things. So one of the main things of DNS, of course, is to simplify. Yes? To simplify IP addresses and the whole system in human-readable format. Do we agree?
Yes.
Yes. And at the same time, if we look a little bit deeper in it, should we talk about Web3 domains?
Yes.
And the question is, are Web2 domains for companies or for individuals? Does your company has a domain name and a website? Can you raise a hand? Does your company has a website? Yes? So, okay, we can nod, of course. That's your web. Yes. Do you have your own website as well? Katrina?
I used to have, yes.
You used to have, so
yes.
you don't have it anymore.
I don't know. No, I have my own domain names.
And it would be Katrina.LV?
Katrina.LV and then Sataki.LV, yeah.
Ooh. If we have Mara here, please come to me. I will gift you. There's 1 hour gap. I own Mara and Mara.LV. Oh. Come to me and I'll gift it to you. Yes. 1 hour. So, Web3 space is created. Who knows what is Web3? There are lots of techies here, but still, what is really Web3 in simple terms? Does anybody know? Cisco?
Distributed.
No? Okay, so in very, very simple terms, Web3 is a peer-to-peer internet with its whole ecosystem and lots of other things that is built on blockchain. That is a very, very simple, very simple definition. And, of course, the same as for Web 2, we need simple way how to resolve the addresses. Why not blockchain? How? How people can find something on the blockchain? Of course, they need domain names as well. ICANN does not really, well, officially they are not against the Web3, but they are not really big fans. Not really big fans. And that actually creates a big problem. And so what are Web3 domains? How they, yes. So there are on Web3 domains. Web3 domains are built on blockchains that offer smart contract functionality. Who knows what are smart contracts? Yes, very good, very good. So very simple. If this happens, then that happens. For simple people who don't understand this system, it is the same as crowdfunding. Let us say you would say, hey, I want to raise 1,000 euros to put up another, to pay maybe for additional protection of .lv. So I would go to GoFundMe or to Kickstarter.com, and I would put up a fund. And if I raise those 1,000 euros, once I have raised them, that money will be paid out to me, minus commissions. And smart contracts, in essence, are the same. If something happens, then something goes away. And of course, they live on. So what Web3 domains are? Behind Web3 domains, there are addresses on blockchain, and on those blockchains that allow smart contracts. That is super important because lots and lots of blockchains out there do not offer this functionality. For example, the major one, Bitcoin. So the gentleman is definitely, does Bitcoin have a smart contract? No. And just because of that, we see that there is Bitcoin Cash. And after Bitcoin Cash, there was Bitcoin Satoshi Vision with their own Messiah. And that is a different topic. And Bitcoin Satoshi Vision actually has rich smart contract functionality. So yes, so Web3 domains are, behind them, there are addresses. And on these addresses, developers can build smart contracts. If this happens, then that happens. If you send me 1 Ethereum, then automatically I will send you that coin or that happen. And there are email systems that are being developed and websites and lots of other things. And developers can, in essence, build 100,000, even 1 million, if the platform allows, contacts on one address. So there are. And here's a tricky thing. Web3 officially is advertised as, hey, we are decentralized. It is peer-to-peer. There are no corporations, nothing. I call it a BS. I call it a big BS. Like, in essence, once you go to the websites, it is all mushy. Everything is DAO. The main ones. Unstoppable domains, a proper corporation, a proper company. I believe they are at A series around now. They keep attracting investors. They're for-profit organization. Freename.io, I really like the guys. I really like the guys based in Switzerland with a UK company. They keep creating, they keep innovating the same as Unstoppable Domains. Still, proper company driven by profits. Of course, with their own ideas of decentralized internet, but still, let us not forget, it is all for profits. There is one DAO, like more or less real DAO, Ethereum or ENS domains, but even then, their headquarters are kind of supposed to be in Singapore. They have their own CEO, the team, there is a leaderboard. I don't know. I call it, when they say there is a group of people, when they say there is a group of people when there is no leader, it means there is one very, very smart leader that is hiding really, really well. And we as human beings, we have our own history and we have learned this. D3, that's a new thing. That's a new thing based in Las Vegas and definitely profit-driven. And Namefly, one of the founders of Namefly is Victor do we have Google here? No, ex-Google engineer. Basically, all of these, apart from ENS domains, are the leaders in Web3 TLDs. Just to explain what is TLD, top-level domain name, .lv. .lv is a top-level domain name. We have it.com, so com is top level, but IT is already the next one. So we are talking about TLDs and the ones who offer people to create your own extension on the blockchain. So that would be .helmots. I keep pushing LV team, please get .lv. Please. The main blockchains that are currently used, the list is huge. The list is huge, and this is just the main. This is just the main list. So Ethereum are the leaders. They are the #1 and the safest blockchain out there that support smart contracts. Then there is Polygon. Okay, yes, sorry, that is my mistake then. Okay, Binance Smart Chain, Solana is there, Avalanche is there, and there are many others. Many others. So this is just a sample from a website of Unstoppable Domains. When you go and look on which blockchain you can have your own TLD, they would actually use, here you go and make a choice. This is not the case anymore of ENS saying that, hey, you can have traditional DNS dot something on some few chains. Now the list gets bigger and bigger. Everybody says, well, blockchain is the next evolution. Are blockchains vulnerable? What do you think? What are your thoughts? Are they safer? Who knows? Solana. I love Solana. The Latvian project of that 300 Latvians. The first Latvian NFT project is on Solana network. So there was a decentralized exchange offering, IDO. And when it came out on Solana, Solana went down for 17 hours. 17 hours. Because they had around 400,000 transactions. Transactions per second. It is possible and not actually that difficult with our technologies to take down or to freeze blockchains. One thing is a memory pool. So DDoS attacks, especially for proof of stake coins that rely on nodes. All the nodes will have IP addresses. Some chains are more private than others. I know that PIVX are very careful that not displaying the IP addresses of their nodes. And still, once you have a wallet running, it will show the connections. You can go to GitHub. You can look up those IP addresses, you can go deeper, and you will find the main nodes. And attacking those nodes will freeze and will properly damage the chain. Other risks. Now some will hate me. Now I'm closing down. Okay, smart contract vulnerabilities. That is one thing. Transaction flooding. This is a thing. Sometimes people say, hey, and when people enter cryptocurrencies, they say, hey, I will launch a cryptocurrency. I have an idea. Why not make a zero-fee one? Why do we have to pay fees if it is internet? I will pay for my nodes. My community will pay for the nodes. Transaction fees are super important. Super important. Transaction fees are the first reason. It is not for node holders to get their money. Transaction fees protect from flooding with spam requests and overflowing the chain. So 51%, that is more for proof of stake. That is a different topic. Somebody takes over, then they can start rolling back the blockchain. So risks of blockchains and of course of domain names. Let us say you create on Ethereum, you create .lv, and you would have Katrina.lv. Katrina, and if somebody gets your credentials, if they take over your Katrina.lv, you cannot reverse it. You cannot reverse it. Once credentials are stolen, it is gone. That's a huge plus for traditional DNS, and huge minus for decentralized for decentralized systems. Now, one of my favorite ones. There is a reason why HR departments do not like dealing with programmers. Programmers are the backbone of internet. But their human abilities, their empathy could be much, much better. It is very difficult to deal with most programmers. We would all agree. Programmers usually, the better the programmer, the more successful he or she is. Usually relatively young people who haven't had painful experiences in life. I have seen lots of programmers who actually say that, hey, social systems are not needed. There are no vulnerable people in the world. That's young people, and those people are building peer-to-peer internet on the blockchain. That comes with their own risks as well. So there are problems regulating it, and another thing, it creates competition to ICANN. ICANN is slow. ICANN are mostly older people. Blockchain is mostly compiled. No, but that's true. Oh, okay. That's true.
Fair enough. Yes.
Yes, blockchain is mostly all about the young people. They don't want to talk to each other. They don't want to listen to each other. You are dumb. No, you are dumb. Your approach is dumb. And blockchain and Web3 domains do sometimes say lots of ugly things and untrue things on Facebook. Let us say, for example, the Freename that I love Freename team. And Freename quite often, they push ads. They say, Web 2 is dead. Still they use Web 2 domain name, freename.io. But that is what they do. And because of that, we are still having like competition to ICANN. They are creating lots and lots of issues because of that. And we will see where it goes. Any questions? What is next? Do you have a Web3 domain name? What is your Web3 domain name?
My last name.
On which one? Is it on Ethereum? Ethereum. Of course. Good choice.
Thank you, Helmut. I think we had two, traditionalist view, and Helmut, the founder of Domain Summit, has the innovator's perspective.
Absolutely.
But that would be all the blockchains and Web3 domains, like a lot of topics here to discuss, but it would be interesting to also pull in a legal's perspective to all of that. So maybe we can have Iveta come to the stage and present her overview of everything heard today.
Oh. Thank you, Katrina and Helmut, for your insightful presentations. So my point will be, like, I will just highlight some key questions when we think about innovation. So when innovation has the potential to become a product or a service, it's crucial to address various legal and regulatory challenges as early as possible. So here I will highlight those few questions that I have when we think about the beginning of the service or innovative service or product. So you might think whether the merger of traditional DNS and blockchain will have the result global, regional, or country-specific product. So I heard that Helmut already told us that Web3 is the new and up-and-coming technology, so probably we should focus on global, not regional or country-specific regulation. So at this stage, you will need to cover all the global jurisdictions, all the countries. You have to be clear and know all the regulations that are out there and might apply to your service. And in this innovative perspective, there are you have to be ready that there won't be clear answers to all the legal problems you will face. So at first you will have to work with existing laws and apply those. But certainly there are also blockchain-specific regulations coming out. And we find varying levels of maturity among countries. There are those that prohibit technology. There are others who are eager to regulate, but lack the pace to keep up with the new challenges that this technology brings. So be prepared for regulatory gaps. Which may require you to make decisions based on best practices, if there is any, or ethical considerations. So when we know the scale of our service, we certainly have to know who will be the product owners, who will make decisions, how the service will be designed and work. So this is important to have this governance mechanism. We already know that traditional DNS have ICANN and hierarchical governance structure, more or less, but blockchain is quite opposite. It is decentralized, so it creates a lot of questions. Who owns the service? Who are those interested parties, stakeholders that actually contribute for the service to be up and running and to be in certain quality? So if we already know the involved parties, then we probably will have to work on the framework of liability, compliance, asset management, as well as entry into service or project and exit. Basically, divorce procedure, if you will, because Katarina told us that there will be certainly marriages, but always you have to think about exit plan if you are not willing to participate in running the service anymore. So about DAOs, these present a particularly intriguing challenge in the legal landscape, as they lack a legal personality, and yeah, basically they also there is problem with their liability. Who will be held liable if the service will be down, as Helmut mentioned? How consumer rights will be ensured if there is no one there that is clearly responsible for the service? So yes, their jurisdiction has began, current jurisdiction have begun exploring frameworks for those. But there is lack of universally accepted regulations, and this basically poses significant hurdles for their operation in Europe and beyond. So if we know the scope of the service and the owners of the service, then we can look on what the service will be doing. So what categories of data will be processed there? And it is essential as it shapes our approach to compliance. Under GDPR, personal data requires specific handling. So if data recorded on a blockchain can be linked back to identifiable individual, it is subject to the same regulatory requirements as any traditional processing operation. So, and I have to point out that the encryption and hashing data does not exempt it from being classified as personal data. So pseudonymization will still allow pathway back to the individual, so we will have to think about personal data processing requirements and compliance with the GDPR. So what about data subject rights if we process personal data? So right to access, erasure, and rectification present unique challenges for blockchain technologies nowadays. So the immutable nature of blockchain complicates the rights to erasure, as deleting a record isn't straightforward and poses a significant technical challenge that there are people already working on it, how to solve it, but probably anyone from the audience will help to clarify, is it doable actually? So for personal data processing, there is also important to know who is data controller and who is the processor. So, for example, if permissioned blockchain, in the permissioned blockchain, those operating nodes may function as data processors, but processing personal data on behalf of application service provider, and as a result, those service providers, application service providers, will be data controllers. So this arrangement actually necessitates to have an agreement between controller and processor, how all the before mentioned rights will be observed. So, in addition to GDPR requirements for technical and organizational measures for the protection of personal data, how must the service be evaluated against the NIS2 directive? There are at least 2 ways in which NIS2 might be relevant. Either the service that we are creating falls directly within the scope of the directive, or the service provider is part of the supply chain that is subject to NIS2 regulation and requirements. So, is there anything else? Yes, I have mentioned only 2 legislative acts, but others will also apply depending on the innovation we will have. So, Helmut's mentioned smart contracts. We already know that there is European Union's Data Act that has an article on smart contracts and try to resolve the problems that smart contracts have. So there is this called kill switch. That's probably not everyone is happy about, but it is. So as we look to the future of blockchain and domain name services, it is evident that navigating the intersections of innovation and regulation will require careful considerations. So being part of the EU, I would like to emphasize that in the response of these complexities, initiatives such as European Blockchain Regulatory Sandbox have emerged. And this platform provides a collaborative environment where innovators can engage with regulators and seek guidance on the best approach how to resolve legal issues that might arise running the service. So thank you, and don't be afraid to innovate and face all the legal technical challenges that might lay ahead of you. Thank you.
You know, I think the more we regulate, the more appealing it becomes to become a cyber criminal, because only law-abiding citizens will have to be bound by all that, which is really important for those people, but you know, for criminals, they don't really care about that. So I'd like to talk a bit about security today. My name is CyberStory, and I work at a small Latvian company called Possible Security. We do hacking and fixing what we have hacked. My background is in live network forensics. I love DNS. I've loved since I learned that DNS exists back on UDP port of 53. I also do some social engineering, and I keep breaking stuff. I keep breaking different technical things. I keep breaking different cybersecurity policies and regulations. EU still hasn't fixed electronically signed documents. I mean, we reported it a couple years ago. We were in the discussions, and you know, it was decided that it's too hard, too much of a work to fix, because policymakers have to work together with technical specialists. But still, we're here today to talk about DNS, and I'm a security expert. But today, just for the presentation, I want to be your in-security expert. I want to talk only and solely about DNS insecurity, which is not how I usually do it, but I hope at the end we will have some time for questions and discussions on how to fix that, or how some of the things have been fixed. So currently there are many ways you can use DNS inappropriately, how you can attack DNS, and how you can use DNS to attack other systems. Now, of course, we do not have the time today to talk about all the attacks and all the vulnerabilities that have been there. But I've collected some of the more interesting ones, more popular ones, and some newer ones as well. I divided them into 3 categories. Architectural vulnerabilities, so the ones that are there because of bad design. Someone somewhere decided that is the way it should be, and that's what we're stuck with. And you know, DNS is more than 40 years old, and it makes sense that security was not part of the DNS design. Then we have implementation weaknesses, which is, you know, the standards are good, but these are programmers, system architects, or maybe system administrators, or even CISOs have made the wrong decision. And then we have human errors, where users, or attackers, or maybe someone in between, has done it incorrectly. Now, to make it a bit easier on those of you who are not that technical, I've designed a small concept that will be on every vulnerability slide. I call it the CIA pyramid. You can see it on the screen there. Now, on the left side of the pyramid, I will pin a pin indicating how much does the problem affect DNS itself. If it's exploited or if it happens, what's the effect on DNS? So, for example, if there's a huge effect on confidentiality, the screen doesn't work that way. If there's a huge effect on the confidentiality, then, and that's it, and just the DNS, then the pin will be right over here in the middle here. And On the other side of the pyramid, there are the other systems. So when the scope gets changed during the attack. Right, let's go ahead. And I'll go real quick without technical infos. And you can just take the keywords from the title, write it down, and Google it later if you're interested. Many of the attacks are as old as DNS. Some of them are. So architectural. Of course, we have the popular one, DNS reflection and amplification. So since we do not have a three-way handshake in UDP on the third level, that basically means that we can spoof the source address. And if we spoof the source address, we get a reply sent to the victim. And DNS is also real nice in amplification. The query is almost always shorter than the response, which means it's really, really nice for an attack and for DDoS and for extorting some money out of some customer somewhere. Cybercriminal customer, of course. Then the second one here is DNS spoofing, also known as cache poisoning. And of course, the most advanced version of it is the Kaminsky attack, God rest his soul. And the interesting part here is that, recently it has been discovered, attention has been drawn to the fact that, of course, this technique can be used against systems that are sending emails on demand. What is the most popular system that sends emails on demand when user requests an email? It's the forget password feature of any site. So you do the cache poisoning attack, you click forget password, and bam, it's your MX record. You as attacker have the recovery link. Really cool stuff. Then, of course, there's the possibility to do distributed denial of service attacks on the root name servers. Since I learned about DNS back in before 2000, I think, right? I was just learning about how network works and administrating stuff. I looked at the concept and I thought, there are these, I think, 13 servers back in the day, and that's it. Like, internet is decentralized, but DNS is basically centralized. It has to be, as we'll see later. So I had a theoretical idea, and I always try to find the theoretical vulnerabilities that may pan out to be practical in the end. What would happen if someone, unplugged the 13 servers? And I thought, oh, it's going to be terrible. Well, hackers tried it a couple times. Nothing happened. There is caching, there is resilience, there are defenses. I think we're good. It's a really theoretical attack, so that's why there's no impact on anything here. Then we have possibility of root conflicts with alternative routes, alternative DNS routes. So there have been people, like me, growing up, little children, thinking, why the hell do we need to pay for DNS? Internet should be free, right? So the solution was alternative DNS, of course. Well, there's a problem. It's an appealing idea if you're a 18-year-old hippie, but if you wanna run an internet bank, then it's really not what you want. There's even an RFC on alternative DNS routes, 2826, that specifies that's not something that you should do. It's a really short one. You can read it in 3 minutes if you're interested. Then we, of course, have Web3 domains. And once again, the most interesting part here, I think, will be the possible root conflicts. Right? So this is from Unstoppable Domains. It's a screenshot. They compare. And so currently, as you can see on the second line, browser compatibility, only the traditional so-called Web 2 domains, as I call them, are browsers compatible, which in layman's terms means if you type Web 3 domain in any browser, it doesn't work. And they have an asterisk there, and it says on the bottom that they hope it will work after ICANN approves it. Well, good luck. Then we have passive DNS. Passive DNS is a really, really cool feature. So basically, it works in a way that there are sensors around the world, not on alternative name servers, rather nearby or on the recursive name servers, and they monitor and record what users request. And then, as a security researcher or an attacker, you can do requests to that database. Here's an example of example.com. I requested A and NS record history for that error name. And here we are. So what we can see here is that I have data here since this passive DNS was launched in 2010. And what would it mean? It would mean if, let's say, well, the IP addresses have not changed much. I believe the IP addresses themselves are also part of the designated example IPv4 network. But let's say we decide to move example.com tomorrow to Cloudflare. We put it on a new address, yeah, and now hackers can't DDoS it. Well, you go here, you look at the old IP address, and that's what you usually DDoS. So the good advice, of course, here is to move your actual host subnet somewhere else after you do the DDoS protection thingy. Well, there are problems with DNS security. So DNS security was introduced, DNSSEC. And DNSSEC basically allows us to sign and prove that DNS contents are valid. It should have solved everything. One of the technical things that had to be implemented for DNSSEC to work was the NSEC record. And NSEC record basically, if you have, let's say, if you have a subdomain of signed DNS zone, then using the NSEC record, you can see where the alphabetically next subdomain is. So it's super easy to enumerate all your zone using the NSEC record. So that didn't work too well. NSEC 3 came along. It hashes and encrypts stuff. So here's a screenshot of a cool tool called DNSSEC Zone Enumerator. Yes, you need a GeForce card or maybe a couple cards or some cloud computing, but it's still really, really doable. NSEC 3 is salted though, so it took all the best of what we had at hashing things at that point in time and implemented it. Then we have certificate transparency. We've had it for not that long, for 10 years, I think. I mean, everything was good, right? We had these certificate authorities who were signing publicly reliable and publicly verifiable certificates for different companies that wanted it. And then, of course, some people decided that it's a good way to try and create fake certificates. You can bribe them, you can try to coerce them. Certificate Authority 3 back in the day, more than 10 years ago, 15 years ago, was really, really, it was amazing because CA could technically sign a sub-CA that could sign any certificate in the world. So we had, I believe, a library in North Korea being able, as a CA, being able to sign any certificate. We had a municipality in Russia being able to sign any certificates. And we tried to fix it with HTTP public key pinning, which I believe is a great idea because I believe people shouldn't make mistakes. And if you don't make mistakes, HPKP is amazing. Unfortunately, people make mistakes. So what you can do is, what you could do when it was a standard, when it was an active standard, was that you could basically say, these are my certificates and only these are my certificates. And if you lost them, then you're done. Then for a year or 2 years, whatever you specified, your HTTPS is not working anywhere, and there is no way in the world to revert it. So that was killed, and certificate transparency was there to solve it all. Well, certificate transparency is fun stuff, so that basically allows us to take a look at all HTTPS or all TLS certificates that have been put out, signed for a specific domain and subdomains as well. Here's once again, for example, com. One of the oldest ones. It's really fun. So common name was hosted jivesoftware.com apparently for that domain at the very beginning. Really interesting. Or rather, no, that's the. It's probably matched because of the matching identities, because of the email address. Never mind. But still, you can see the older domains right there. Then we have dangerous global TLDs. We have .zip now for some, I don't know what reason. We have .mov. Ms. Setaki asked about what we're going to have next. I think we should have .localhost or maybe .1. Those could be good GTLDs, and of course, as you can see in the screenshot, it breaks stuff. Now they fixed it, but it has the potential to break things, and I really, really don't like it. I've actually had it happen in my command line as well in the terminal. Okay, now that was the longest part. Now implementation weaknesses. Let's look at those. So we can do authorized zone transfer, of course. Who can request it? Usually your slave server. So the master does a notify, slave server does a request, and all the zone gets transferred. Well, it's mainly IP-based. You can do some magical security. You can, well, not magical. You can do actual security. You can also do private networks for authorized zone transfer. Basically, it's IP-based. Luckily, it's 99.9% TCP, which means we're safe unless you misconfigure your zone. Now, before, it was the good practice for TLDs to publish their zones. Even TLDs had this vulnerability. They just, oh, we misconfigured. Everyone can do AXFR. Now, that got fixed when there were researchers running AXFR on all the TLDs like every second. So as soon as you make a mistake, they dump it and they publish it. So that we haven't seen this for a couple of years now. DNS tunneling. It doesn't affect DNS itself, as you can see, but it can be used to exfiltrate data from private networks, corporate networks, or it can be used as a CNC channel. DNS rebinding. This is basically a type of timing attack. So when you do the check or the request is sent, you reply with the public IP address, but then when the second request is sent, you quickly change the reply to a local IP address. And that way, it works in tandem with how modern browsers work, checking the origin, and it would allow your script to access local servers and local network. Really, really fun stuff as well. Browsers are doing things to combat that, but it's still possible, of course. Now, in 2021, Tamari and Lutvak wrote about exposure via DNS as a service. So basically, for managed DNS, like Route 53, for example, if you register specific domain names, it breaks their whole system. So in layman's terms, the separation between different customers in this virtualization environment as it applies to DNS was not performed correctly. And it's still possibly an issue with some smaller providers that have not fixed that. Finally, human errors. Typo squatting. Yeah, right. We just register misspelled domain names and we hope that a human will type it wrongly. Under this, there's also, of course, the ideograph attacks where we use UTF symbols to try and register similar-looking domain names. Drop catching. We can re-register a freshly expired domain name. Here's a screenshot from a post by Mr. Ved. He was able to buy Google.com from the Google DNS registry for $12. It worked out for about 1 minute, and then Google just took it away, refunded the money, and gave, I think, 1.4 thousand euros on top of that. Really cool. We also did a presentation on drop catching Latvian domain names about 5 or 6 years ago, I believe, at this very conference. You can look it up at Kyrills.org if you're interested in that. Now, then you can use also classical domain hijacking or takeovers, right? We can try to abuse bugs in registrars and try to work around that. Katrina knows we've tried some tests like 10 years ago, trying to pretend to be someone else, but CERT.LV is quite good in that regard, on the other hand, registrants' credentials can be compromised as well, and you can try to log in that way and steal the domain that way, register it to someone else. Now, name server reclamation is an interesting one, and it's a real thing that's happening to me. Because I've been running my own server, my own set of DNS servers for almost as long as I've been running my own email, so much more than 20 years. Here's a scenario. So you buy a domain and you delegate your domain name to a trusted party. Let's call it Zeta. And so the trusted party configures and it hosts all your records. That it's on there. Then decades pass. And decades later, domain changes ownership, or maybe management decides, okay, so we wanna do our own domain management. And what they do, they go to, for example, CERT.LV, they delete DNS records, create new DNS records, or just add A records directly on the top level. Now, Zeta is not informed of this and does not destroy the zone. And what has happened in my case multiple times, and unfortunately I only noticed it like a year or 2 years later, is that users that are using my authoritative and slave name servers as recursive servers are provided stale responses potentially forever. It can be used by malicious actors and it can be used by benevolent actors like me unintentionally as well. And finally, of course, since we do have DNSSEC, it is possible to lose DNSSEC root keys. Well, maybe. I mean, there are lots of people involved. There are lots of backups. Has never happened. Will probably never happen. But if the right 30 or 40 people die, then we might have a problem. So these are the vulnerabilities I talked about briefly. And you know, if there are any questions or comments on what I discussed here today, you're really welcome. Yes, please.
Yes, I have many questions and many concerns. As a customer, so everyone is the session names DNS on steroids, but reality what we hear is that not only DNS is on steroids, but also legislation on steroids, cybersecurity on steroids, and what do we have as customers? What is our part? So I have questions about all the things I heard, the cybersecurity threats, so the domain hijacking, phishing, DDoS attacks. How do I can be safe in the internet if I have my domain name? So in that case, the more robust things I have to do, security measures to protect my domain name, sign it with DNSSEC, have the multi-factor authentication for the DNS management system, regular security checks on my domain name. And that's not all. The legislation, the new compliance with the new regulations like NIS2, what does it take from me as a customer? I cannot just register domain name as simply as it was some years ago. Now I have to give more information on me, more data. So, come on, it's not easy for me if I want to have my privacy. Who is privacy? It's not more possible. So that's a big problem for me. All the stricter data protection rules, identity verification. Where does it go? Do I have to register a domain name in Europe, or do I have to move my domain names or register domain names outside Europe, in the US or somewhere else where there are no such strict regulations? So, and the things about that is, do I have to move all my domain names to some registrar? To which registrar can I move them? Do I have to trust them? Is there any place where I can find the information which registrars are trusted? Or no? Or do I have to do it all by myself, and go deep into the technical things to make a DNSSEC signings, all the SSL certificates, proper DNS configs? Do I have to do it on my own? And all of this comes with greater cost for me as a customer. Nothing gets cheaper. And about innovations, can I have my .lv domain name on blockchain? Is it possible to get it? Which of the new domain names, new GTLDs, which one should I choose as a new businessman or startup owner? That's so many questions for me. So are there any new innovations coming to the CCTLDs? For example, .lv. What can I expect? So many concerns.
Almost a full panel. Is there anyone else who'd like to raise a hand and give their 5 cents? If no, then I'll sit down as the moderator. So we've heard a lot of things today. Traditional perspective, all the concerns and all the newcomers in the traditional DNS, new GTLDs, the new GTLDs. Then innovator came in, Helmuts, and mixed everything up with Web3 domains, introduced with the main players in the field, concerns as well, and benefits. And then came Kirill's, dropped the mic with the security, and said, well, Web3 is Web3, but there are so many things that is not working like precisely in DNS, in traditional DNS as well. Like, what should we do with that? Legal expectancies, like, I think the legal community really does not like blockchain domains.
Actually, I wouldn't agree, because for a lawyer, it's always nice to have new challenges and to work your mind around problems. The same that Tehis does with technical stuff, the lawyers do with legal stuff.
Yeah, so you're like a security from the legal perspective. Yeah, that's it. And then the average Joe with so many questions, both regarding Web3 domains and I bet darknet domains as well. I don't know if you have a .onion or others, if you would like one. But many, many questions. So first, to help average Joe to find a way in all of this DNS world, I have a question. Do you think that this DNS on steroids, this future of DNS, all these innovations like blockchain domains, is it here to stay? Will there be a future, or is it just a fashion that will, due to all the legal and security issues, it will just disappear after a while? What do you think? Let's start with the innovator.
Well, the Web3 domains are already not the future. That's the present. Yeah. They exist. All the best of success for the legal work, because legal is nothing if they cannot enforce their laws. Now they have issues there. But there are lots and lots of security questions towards Web3, as they haven't been under such attacks as Web2.
That's true, that's true. But I do think Web3 or actually anything is going to stay. Web3 domains. Alternative DNS routes are there. You know, they are there somewhere. I don't believe that Web3 domains will be mainstream. I think they will find their way in niche products. I don't think that mainstream browsers will support it out of the box in the next 10, 20, or 30 years. But I think they will, in the blockchain world, it's probably going to be used.
And from the legal perspective, how do you think will legal lawyers and cope with all the gaps there?
Certainly, we will catch up. Certainly.
I would like also to ask Katrina from a traditional DNS point of view. So back in 2012, you had new GTLDs coming in. You already presented a little bit how it shifted the power play. How do you perceive the new GTLDs? Will that be shift again, or that will be the scenario just repeating? And what are your feelings now hearing everything that Kirill and Helmut said about the Web3 domains? What are your main concerns here? I know a lot of questions, but...
Yeah, a lot of questions. Yeah. Well, my main concern is that DNS is too complicated for the average Joe. And that's true not just for the traditional DNS, it's true for any new stuff that comes. Because, well, we haven't managed to make it plug and play. It still requires a lot of technical knowledge if you want to set up your own DNS. It's not like, well, I'm sure same was true many years ago when first light bulbs came up, right? So maybe people couldn't change them themselves. They needed, I don't know, 5 people, one standing on the table and others running around. So, but nowadays it is easy. It is easy. We just.
Katrina, I'm laughing because I just set up new light bulbs. It took me 2 days. To create the Wi-Fi network connected correctly, block China out. Jeez.
And don't forget to upgrade your gateway, whatever you have. But that is a problem that we need to think about the average Joe. Yeah. We can solve our problems, and that's what we do. But how to make things easier for people? And that's not what Web3 does. I think they make things even more complicated. And I probably disagree with Kirill, who says that browsers will never... I think things might change if there is a momentum, if there is a critical mass of users who want to use it. So, yeah, it's quite possible to have Web3 alternative routes in browsers. But again, only if we make it simple to the end user. And you had many other questions, like, please remind me, because I managed to forget them.
What are your concerns with the upcoming new GTLDs that you mentioned as well?
Well, the thing is that nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody knew the first round. Yeah, we got pretty good response. And nobody knows what happens now. Maybe some people will see that, okay, there are enough TLDs already. I don't want to jump into the game. Maybe there will be many good ideas how to evolve the space. I'd say let's wait and see. Because, as I said, your guess is as good as mine. I have no idea what happens. And if anyone has a crystal ball, be my guest to share your thoughts. But at this point, nobody knows.
So let's wait and see.
Let's wait and see. But it doesn't mean that we should not address all the issues that Kirill mentioned, or all the issues that Iveta mentioned. And actually, what Iveta already said about all those legal challenges, I think one of the things that we see nowadays is that governments are coming in and they regulate heavily to address at least part of the problems that Kirill's mentioned, and maybe maybe create new ones. That's absolutely I'm sure that that's what's going to happen. But if governments see that they can't have influence on Web3 domains, on blockchains, oh, that thing is dead. They will kill it off because governments will want to regulate. And again, it probably depends on the critical mass. Because no government care about the internet when only a handful of people used it. Nowadays, especially when people start complaining about those cyber criminals and everything, so governments just feel compelled to do something. Well, they do it the way government usually does, but sometimes when they address an issue, it just blows out of proportion. But something needs to be done, and they have realized that, and they try to address the issue.
So I would just add what Katrina said. I would say that policies and regulations that are created are focused harshly on consumer protection, privacy, or end-user protection, basically, and data security. So, of course, we will see more and more requirements coming in if there will be problems, complaints and issues, for example, in cybersecurity, cyber incidents, where law enforcement will probably have and already have huge problems with issues that are coming out of the usage of the Web3 and other blockchain-related technologies.
So you mentioned the importance, but are there any existing gaps now, legal gaps in the traditional DNS? Because you mentioned a lot of things that the new Web3 should be looking at, but do you think everything ever being regulated in the traditional DNS is regulated, or there's so much more?
So,
would you expect?
We have more than 30 years experience with our regulators in the field of DNS, and what we see, we have covered pretty much everything. There is issues with DNS abuse as a technical issue, but we know what laws we will apply and how we will resolve it. So I would say that there isn't anything that haven't been covered, especially when an NIS2 directive have come in. We see that there's just everything that we already done as a service providers or DNS providers just are written down in regulatory acts, and we can agree or not agree how good regulation is, but it's there, and yeah. So yeah, maybe in the future there will be really like other issues that will come up, and then governments will see that there is a need for new regulation in the DNS, traditional DNS, besides the blockchain.
Katrina mentioned a very nice thing about making the DNS more accessible and understandable for average Joe, poor Joe here. And I have a question to Joe. So also, Iveta mentioned the NIS2 directive and all the regulations here. And Katrina, the making DNS more easy for you to understand and use. Do you think the traditional DNS is going to the right direction, or do you perceive that NIS2 is not helping you at all? And what would you think how would you like to see, what you would like .lv registry to do so it would be as easy as possible for you?
And think carefully before.
No pressure.
No pressure, yes. But for me as a registrant, I would like to have the possibility to register domain name easy without any additional requests. So, okay, I understand any web page, governmental web page, or the project Latvia.lv, you can connect with the bank smart ID or authentication, other authentication. If that's what NIS2 requests, okay, but so do it as easy as possible for the customer. So it's understandable and not a big concern for me, yes? Mm-hmm. And the other thing is really about my data, which will be published. Because NIS2 asks that, yes. From the other side, the cyber criminals can exploit that data, yes. So that are my concerns, and I just want to have it easy and understandable for me, for not a technical guy.
But I bet at the same time secure as well, right?
Yes, of course, I can think with my head.
Yeah.
Too, yes,
yeah.
But there's always other customers who don't think so deep about security, and there always will be the weak link, the guy who will click on any link. So you can make it as secure you want. There's always a weak link.
So regarding security, Kirill, I'm looking at you. You mentioned so many gaps in the DNS itself and so many attacks. Also, controversial things that could be done, like disappearance of 30 ICANN representatives to maybe make the root key disappear.
Not
or
any ideas here.
So if something like that happens, yeah, we have people from ICANN sitting in this room, so be careful with such kind of statements. But so you mentioned a lot of things, but what would be like a lot of things that can go wrong? But what you as a security expert would advise, like top 5 or top things that should people be thinking about when they just register a domain name? They want to protect themselves, or companies want to protect their DNS. Like what is the suggestion here? Give us a solution. Don't frighten us.
Well, you know, choose a trusted registrar that you can work with. Choose one that supports multi-factor authentication. Enable that for your domains. I haven't seen it for .lv, but for .com, enable all the blocks and locks that you can enable, so that domains cannot be transferred too quickly. And personally, for me, I am a special edge case because I'm historically quite technical. But for me, the most important part is I have a local table, local database on my computer that says when every domain is going to expire. Because there's a bunch of scams that send you saying your domain is going to expire, please pay here, and then lots of people fall for that. And on the other hand, if you don't prolong the domain when needed, then you lose it. Once again, I have to commend CERT.LV is quite good there. There's I believe a really good process that allows you to notice. You know, you lose some emails, you lose some customers, but there is opportunity to not lose your domain name. There is enough time after it stops working to get it back. It's really well implemented. Now, from the security perspective, from technical security perspective, DNSSEC is a thing. You can use that. You know, you should of course have more than one NS servers if you do delegate your zone. I don't think it's required technically anymore, but it's still a good practice. Do think of your security architecture and your architecture in general. If your domain name servers are in Latvia, do you have customers and servers, web servers, for example, outside of Latvia? And do you know, if Latvia goes offline, it may happen, it has happened, it will happen for some periods of time, hopefully short rather than long. But you should, well, I'm sorry, that's how internet works, yeah. So, yeah, so those are some of the tips. Oh, and for privacy, so once again, I'm maybe not the average Joe here, but for my company as well, we have some domains that are company domains, and of course, currently, according to how it's set up in Latvia, everyone can see it's my company domain. But we do have some covert operation domains that we use for security testing, and I opt to pay for them myself as the company owner, or register it on my physical person, so that during the test, people cannot see that who it belongs to. But it depends on your situation, right? If you have a legitimate reason to not show who you are, currently the solution is registered in Latvia as a physical individual. Yeah.
Yesterday we had a presentation from CERT.LV, unfortunately only for those in person, and they mentioned that in Poland they have DMARC, DKIM, SPF records, mandatory by law for governmental institutions. How do you see that? Well, that's a gap we should be filling here in Latvia, or you don't think that that's the way to go?
We should. It's also mandatory. I think it will be mandatory for a week or two before some policy failure happens and the relevant regulation loses legal power. Hopefully, it's going to be fixed on time. But still, regardless of that, there's still a gap. We work with private companies and government as well, and even though it's in the law, it's not implemented everywhere, and somewhere it's not implemented correctly. And I know there are some good companies from Latvia that can help you with setting up and managing domain keys for you. So it's quite easy. You should do it for sure.
By the way, if I may add,
yes,
plug in CERT.LV's CTO, Ivo. He has a DMARC solution, absolutely fantastic DMARC.LV. I'm a happy user for myself for the service, excellent. Just in case.
So, Helmut, I know that you're not just an innovator per se, but you're also a domain investor. So, how do you look at these new GTLDs coming? Is this like a business perspective that you anticipate to come in, or you're more now focused and also on the Web3?
I own around 5% of two-letter .lv market. I invest only in premium CCs, I'm a standard domain investor. These are my lottery tickets. But once a company will come, the price will not be cheap. That's a different thing. The king is .com. .com is the king, and the local CCTLDs. So for .lv in Latvia, if a company wants to establish their prime presence, they will need to have .lv domain name in their brand. So domain names are definitely great investment if those are not trademarks. If those are not trademarks. And another great thing about Latvia, courts are in order, judges are in order. There are reasons why people do not invest in Ukraine, in Ukrainian domain name market, in Russian domain name market. The court system is not yet up to that level where it can be influenced by money. And as a domain name investor, the same as internet, the domain name ecosystem expands. So originally we just had the main 12 Gs, GTLDs, and then CCTLDs, and there are more and more CCTLDs. Today there are a little bit over 1,200 GTLDs. 1,200. That's 1,200. And around 300 CCs. So
it depends how you count them.
Yes.
If you count only two-letter,
yes.
or if you count them together with IDNs. So it's over 300, 370. I always forget the number, but yeah.
Yes, and
more than 300.
There will be more. There will be more. I'm following up, and I can see that. So, for example, almost all the Web3 TLD companies. So IT companies who provide services of creating a TLD, a top-level domain name on blockchain for you, yourself as an individual, or for the company, or something else, they consult lots and lots of companies for applying so the next new GTLD round will be in April 2026, and all the companies that I know, Freename, Unstoppable, D3, NameFi, they all have clients already who will be applying for new Gs. And all those new Gs, general TLDs, they will have their own Web3 solutions as well. But definitely, the TLD market and domain name market is expanding. It is unstoppable.
Yeah.
Yes.
I also have an online question. So our online participants are also very active. I think give it to you or anyone else who want to chip in. The question goes like this. You speak of regulations as means of protecting the people.
Yeah.
But how do you protect of abuse of power? So this is a bit controversial question, but still very controversial people here. Meaning the blocking of domains because we deem them to be harmful. I think this is a very popular question whenever people try to answer regarding domain name blocking or removing of domain names. So what is your view on that?
True. In this part, our human rights conventions comes into play, and also our constitution that specifically mentions the protection of human rights. And there is this balance against abuse of blocking powers of the state and legal necessity, or the basically each and every blocking order should contain explanation on how and why this resource is doing something that is against current legislative requirements. And resource holders also retain the right actually to go to a court, basically, if the order to their knowledge is not correct, or there's something wrong with that decision to block that resource. So the state still maintains those rights of the individual to go to the due process to a court and defend themselves.
So yeah, so it's not the abuse of power, it's just the right to protect people,
so, yes,
and it can always
in order to see whether those blocking orders are truly infringing our human rights, then we should look up the court decisions and count them, how many of those orders have been overturned. So in Latvia, I haven't seen any positive result of that.
Our discussion is coming to the end, and as our CyberChess motto is, what's the next move in chess? So what do you think will be the next move in 5 to 10 years in DNS? Maybe each of you can answer from your perspective. Maybe we should ask Katrina.
Well, next move would be to have another session and discuss it maybe next year. Well, in 5 years, definitely we will know the results of the second round of new GTLDs. But I think that the main priority still is to work and address those security issues, many security issues that we still have, despite of, as you said, more than 30 years of usage of DNS.
Joe?
To register domain names now, when it's not getting more complicated each month, each year with new legislations and new cyber crimes.
That's a good suggestion. Don't wait, it will only get harder, more expensive as well, I bet.
Of course.
So from legal perspective, for sure, we can expect more requirements on cybersecurity that would relate to DNS via NIS2 directive, probably maybe some certification schemes will pop up. We'll see.
Definitely more TLDs will be coming out, so people can have more interesting and creative domain names, like what was flower.guru?
Ziedu.guru.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, Ziedu.guru. I really think that Web3 will have, they should have their own ICANN, something like that, an organization. There will be, I think that regulations and the legal side on Web3 will start with those who provide one-click installers for DNS. Definitely dangerous, definitely a dangerous thing. And there will be, I do expect that, sadly, some people who have created some Web3 technologies will be jailed as well. We are who we are. This has happened already. So that is, but nevertheless, everything looks rosy and good and creative.
Kirill,
I believe that the cat and mouse game will intensify between the people trying to protect us, to defend the internet, to encrypt things and ensure privacy, and not cyber criminals, but the governments. So the cat and mouse game between the defenders and the governments will continue. The governments will try to push for dismantling encryption, accessing everything, being able to meddle with the free flow of data, but the IT guys and girls are right behind, well, right in front, I'd say.
Thank you so much. I think this discussion here already showed that DNS and all topics related to DNS really have a place in cybersecurity conferences. We even didn't touch upon the darknet domains, .onions and all that. That's a whole other area. But I think there really has to be a lot of security awareness raised in the DNS community, also regarding average Joe, to make it more accessible and to decrease the human error. So I hope this discussion opens up also new discussions between not just our panelists here, but also everyone else during the coffee break that is now served in the area. So thank you everyone for coming in, and thank you for the questions as well.
Thank you.
Welcome back to CyberStory, a parallel track of the cybersecurity conference CyberChess. My name is Dana Ludviga. I'm from the governmental CERT of Latvia, CERT.LV. And today we're gonna dig into the topic of Ukraine from different kind of experience stories and case studies from the front lines of the cyber warfare in Ukraine. But we're gonna kick our session today for this hour and a half about SOCs, Security Operations Center. So I see a lot of people here in the room, and I bet a lot of online are very interested to understand what are the essential steps in building a very good security operational center. So it's a successful and optimized. So regarding that, please help me welcome our first speaker of this session, the Program Director of Cybersecurity at eGovernance Academy, Merle Maigler, please.
Very nice. For starters, I'd like to say that I firmly believe that it is development cooperation that, amongst other factors, also has a significant role on cyber capability building and increasing cybersecurity internationally. The eGovernance Academy, where I'm coming from in Estonia, is an independent, non-profit, mission-based organization that has been acting as an implementer of international development cooperation projects in digital transformation in over 130 countries since 2002. We believe that the idea that cybersecurity should be part of that digital transformation assistance has firmly guided us over the last decade. So I'm the program director, and as the program director of cybersecurity at the eGovernance Academy, it is my role to keep up a team that is assisting to provide the beneficiary governments with cybersecurity, with input and knowledge about cybersecurity governance, policy, and institution building. Then also advice and assistance on cybersecurity legal framework. More recently, that's focusing in the EU neighborhood and including Ukraine on advice and sharing best practice about the compliance with EU NIS directive. We are also providing assistance with helping to strengthen the critical information infrastructure protection, including in Ukraine with a new project that we have recently kickstarted, and then providing cybersecurity equipment and tools, as well as practical hands-on technical trainings and exercises for building the capacities and operational capabilities of CERTs and SOCs. And I should have had that slide to illustrate it all. As a practical example, our team is currently supporting the cyber capacity building in Georgia, in Moldova. A lot of activity and effort goes into Ukraine and also the Western Balkans. So I'm here today in this future innovation session to share some hopefully useful experience that can be applied to building security operations centers. From empowering the SOCs to carry out basic functions to growing your own SOC, so to say. That is growing quality staff, prioritizing that, growing quality staff that really knows how to prioritize incident response, knows how to engage with stakeholders and communities. So why care about this subject? Ultimately, I mean, this is basic for you, but it's useful to underline that ensuring the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of the modern digital enterprise is a big job. It covers many parallel and related efforts, from robust systems engineering to effective cybersecurity policy, and comprehensive workforce training. And one essential element in all this is cybersecurity operations. Monitoring, analyzing, responding to, and recovering from all different measures of cyber attacks. The operational focal point for incident detection, analysis, and response, as you all know, is the cybersecurity operations centers, CSOCs or SOCs. Virtually all, maybe most, large and medium-sized organizations today have some form of SOC, or hopefully do, or outsource those services, but they think of it. And the importance of SOC is growing as cyber becomes an increasingly indispensable to every type of organization, be it for-profit or non-profit businesses, government, or academia. Since the SOCs began rising in their prominence ever since the 90s, really several moments in computing have changed the way that SOC missions are being executed, along with the SOC's importance to an organization. While many of these aspects are quite cliches, they still are worth observing. Such as, for example, first the cybersecurity as a topic raising from near obscurity to really daily part of our news stories. Or the dissolution of organizational boundaries with the onset of both mobile and cloud computing, or the worldwide recognition by executives across various industry verticals of the importance of cybersecurity to business operations and the integration of cybersecurity into organizational risk management calculations. We see that growingly all around. Some of the more recent developments that have impacted the role of SOCs are the COVID-19 global pandemic, causing the sudden shift to remote work or work from home, and last but not least, Russia's cyber war in Ukraine, demonstrating in practice that cyber attacks really are an extension of the military conflict. So all of that underlines the importance of this topic. What do I mean when I talk about SOCs? So that to be clear about the definitions, for me, a SOC is primarily defined by what it does. The practice of defense against unauthorized activity within the cyberspace, including monitoring, detection, and analysis, such as trend and pattern analysis, as well as response and restoration activities. Consequently, a SOC really is a team primarily composed of cybersecurity specialists organized to prevent, detect, analyze, respond to, and report on cybersecurity incidents. A typical mid-size SOC mission statement usually includes the following elements. Preventing cybersecurity incidents through proactive measures, including continuous analysis of threats, scanning for vulnerabilities, deploying coordinated countermeasures, and consulting on security policy and architecture. Then also monitoring detection and analysis of potential intrusions in real time and through adversary hunting, utilizing a variety of different security relevant data tools. Also responding to confirmed incidents by coordinating resources and directing use of timely and appropriate countermeasures, providing situational awareness and reporting on cybersecurity status incidents, and engineering and operating SOC technologies, such as host sensors, network sensors, log collection, or analysis systems. And as a sort of red thread, red line through all of this, on our experience, goes the importance of understanding the adversary. Historically, SOCs have focused their efforts on detecting an incident while the adversary was performing reconnaissance or during a direct attack. By contrast, really, to that, today, a SOC is expected to expand its situational awareness far beyond this focus. As the defender, SOC is in a constant race to maintain parity with the changing environment and threat landscape, continually feeding timely CTI, cyber threat intelligence, into SOC monitoring tools, helping to keep up with adversaries. In any given week, a SOC is likely to proceed dozens of pieces of CTI that can drive anything from sensor detection updates to emergency patching pushes, pushing emergency patching. And from experience of our work with partner nations, and particularly in Ukraine, but also in the Western Balkans, a key moment in all of this is to provide the right training to the SOC. That's becoming more essential than ever. And what's very important in this is to keep in mind that it's not enough to take a merely theoretical approach, but to keep the focus on hands-on technical trainings. Investing into hands-on practical trainings and exercises is probably the best investment one can make for cyber incident prevention and response. A good SOC needs to maintain practice, keep up their practice to maintain readiness. As one of our project mentors said about it, you need to think through your threat scenarios, find yourself a safe environment that a cyber range could provide, for example, and challenge yourself about the what if. Make mistakes in a safe environment and bring those lessons in. Practice and hunt continuously. Cyber threat hunting, that's performing proactive operations to identify the potentially malicious activity outside the scope of established SOC alerts. Hunting doesn't mean here to only look at alerts. Hunting really means developing a hypothesis, taking out a flashlight, going around in the building, looking at every closet, under every desk, and thinking, if you were them, what would you do? Where would you be hiding? How would you maintain persistence? And trying to find those places in your network, hopefully securing them up as you do. AI can also help with vulnerability disclosure here. All this is surely a big challenge, and it's not a discipline intuitive for the broader ecosystem outside the military, this exercising, but it's well worth an effort. The e-Governance Academy, together with industry partners, regularly organize various cybersecurity exercises to develop comprehensive cyber capacity skills at the technical level, and also we find them very useful to raise awareness at the managerial level about the effects that a cyber incident can bring in. Usually, these exercises last anything from a couple of hours to a few days, simulating the real-world operations of an organization under attack. Generally, the goals of our threat hunting exercises are to improve skills of participants in detection of attacks, in networks and system monitoring, in situational awareness, cyber incidents handling, and last but not least, very important, in teamwork. Dividing teamwork, which is about dividing and assigning roles under stress, delegation of tasks, and taking up the responsibility of leadership. So threat hunting exercises particularly are useful because they help the cybersecurity team to practice their skills and develop new ones. They learn how to work together effectively, how to use different tools and techniques to hunt for threats, and how to make decisions quickly and accurately. It also allows them to identify weaknesses in the systems and to develop strategies to address them. But most importantly, threat hunting exercise helps to improve the team's ability to respond to real-world cyber threats. It teaches them to be proactive rather than reactive, and so that they can prevent attacks before they happen rather than simply react to them after the fact, post factum. So generally, when organizing these exercises, or more particularly a threat hunting exercise, the effort consists of 6 different layers that are fundamental to a successful outcome. First, we involve in planning. That is the first essential steps to organize a successful exercise together with blue teams, the training audience, to define the objectives, the scope and timeline of the activity, including defining the simulated threat scenario, the assets to be protected, and the tools and techniques to be used. Then moving on to preparation, after having defined the objectives, it is important to set up the network, to network systems and applications that will be used throughout the exercise. This may include creating virtual machines, configuring firewalls and intrusion detection systems, as well as installing software tools for threat hunting. The most exciting part then is the execution. At that point, the threat hunting exercise can begin. The team of threat hunters will actively search for signs of malicious activity by analyzing network traffic, system logs, other sources of data. And they will use a variety of techniques, such as anomaly detection, signature-based analysis, and behavioral analysis to identify potential risks. Moving on, the next layer is response. After identifying the threat, it is time for the team to take action to mitigate this threat. This may involve isolating affected systems, blocking malicious traffic, or just patching vulnerabilities. Then comes analysis. As the exercise process comes to an end, the team has time to analyze the data that they collected to identify different patterns and trends for understanding weaknesses within the network and inform future threat hunting exercises. The final step to wrap up the activity is to report the results to the stakeholders. The report usually includes a summary, about actions taken, and recommendations for the future improvements of the security posture. The learning objectives of the blue teams, that is the training audience, can be fostering cooperation among different actors in the community, monitoring and analysis of attacks, discovery and understanding of sophisticated patterns, attack patterns and vectors, that is about how to set up a proper monitoring, training about how to detect different kinds of attacks, collecting the indicators of compromise and encouraging the blue teams to share those IOCs with other participating teams through MISP, Malware Information Sharing Platform. The objectives also include generalization and synthesis of information about the attacks, that is how to make reasonable input out of those attacks. It's also about validating existing cyber defense plans and procedures, making sure whether the procedures that you've prepared on paper really work on practice. That is validated when you write a situation report about what really happened during the exercise. For example, over the past four hours of a cyber incident covering, and have to put on paper what systems were attacked, what is the impact of those attacks under your organization's operations, and so on. So the reports that get written during the exercises have to reflect tactical level information that is relevant for the operational and strategic levels. For the operational and strategic level decision makers, so that those people can look at the reports, whether that includes sufficient information that the managers have to take in for quick decision making during a cyber crisis. And lastly, the objectives include stress handling and decision-making under pressure, because the information in real-life situation really will always remain incomplete. You never have a perfect 100% certainty about facts. It will always be incomplete, so the question is, how do you delegate tasks? How do you prepare for these real-life situations when there is not enough resources, not enough time, and not enough men or women in your team to really handle all the incidents under a crisis? So that's a good way to stress test your systems. The last part, yet very important during these exercises, is dealing with visualization and scoring. Often this part is overlooked. The focus very often is on creating a fascinating gameplay with really demanding technical solutions to entertain the blue teams. Visualization in cybersecurity exercises and trainings often is lacking. Yet it is an aspect that significantly impacts how the security teams interact with and how they communicate data. It also, a good visualization really helps the decision makers who can be brought in to an exercise to understand better, to digest the information, and to understand the exercise proceedings. Be it a user, be it an incident responder, or be it a manager, they need to really understand where things stand, and they need to be able to digest that information, which is critical to success. Visualization is most effective when it's used to put data into context, and a good visualization provides an overview of the structure and the state of the exercise environment. It also helps viewers to monitor where, in which phase of attack and response or threat hunting the exercise is. With that approach, different factors in cyber exercise, be it, as I said, defense and attack, success or failure, can be traceable and become easier to be evaluated. Evaluation and scoring last but not least, also provides measures of effectiveness and performance. It also offers an improved understanding of the domain-specific concerns, such as network operations, forensics, threat monitoring, as well as about taskings such as data analysis, decision-making, communication to up or down, as well as the work style, be it individual or collaborative, peer-to-peer, or hierarchical. So, in conclusion, organizing these kinds of practical, hands-on technical trainings and exercises from our experience really are beneficial for any organization that is in need to improve its security posture, but definitely and above all to a SOC team that needs to get itself off the ground. By conducting regular threat hunting exercises, SOCs can improve their ability to detect and respond to real-world cyber attacks, and thereby these exercises help SOCs to become future ready. So this was a look into, perhaps a narrow look into one aspect of SOC development. Happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the audience? We have a question online, though. It's not about threat hunting, but you mentioned AI can assist you in vulnerability disclosure. Can you elaborate on that? How can AI assist?
AI can help to speed up the procedures, assist in scanning, in discovering the vulnerabilities.
And another question, what from your experience are some of the main mistakes that organizations make when developing a SOC, and how can they escape these mistakes?
One of the aspects that we often are challenged with is to find the right balance between procedures, plans, and sort of like terms of references that are on paper and focusing on figuring out the rule book, so to say, and investing time into practical hands-on development of the skill set of the team. There needs to be a careful balance, and the aspect we see is often through the donor-driven assistance projects where the donors, and it's quite understandable, want to have some concrete paper trace deliverables of the assistance. But the risk there is that donors are pushing teams to focus too much on paper and less on practical skills. I'm not saying that a rule book is not important at all, but at the end of the day, when a crisis hits, the plan is not fighting, like when your house is in fire, the evacuation plan is useful, but it's about how well you practice it, how efficient your team is in putting out the fire, how good their practical skills are. So one of these challenges is that to avoid over mythicizing the rules that really, at the end of the day, when life hits, some of them you have to depend on your training activities so that things are automatic and the practical skill set of the team.
Thank you. So exercise, exercise, exercise. Thank you.
I would say so.
Any more questions from the audience? Yes, we have one.
Thank you. Excellent talk, and I love the emphasis on training and practical aspects. I had a question. Are there any tools that you could recommend? Because the tooling is really important, and in some environments also open source tools, right, to get started, because that's the fundamentals on how you get information and how you keep processing the information. So any recommendations on tools?
Well, to get going or get kicked off, I would recommend there's a rich compilation of best practices and materials that ENISA, for example, has collected, including on like the open source or like available for all materials of how to build an exercises, how to run exercises. Similarly, the UK National Cybersecurity Centre has done a tremendous job of collecting these best practices, sort of like exercise in a box format to offer to smaller organizations that can then follow the recommendations and proceed on their own. But at the end of the day, yet I would say that for anything more tailored, it is useful to have a sort of like a team to work with. Yes, tools are available, open source tools are useful. There are some online platform-based CTF opportunities and even more sophisticated trainings. But for a higher profile SOCs, particularly when thinking of Ukraine or some of the other countries' national SOCs or governmental CERT SOCs, it would be useful to have a more tailored approach. What we've also seen and what proves useful where the tooling is a useful base, but it's helpful to kind of like have a tailored approach to bring those to exercise to another level is to organize some regional exercises, which is again a yet like very practical effort to bring nations together and to test that trust base that you need when really crisis hits, and you need to sort of like call up your neighbor country CERT and ask for help, or you hope that they would call you up and tell about a vulnerability that they've discovered is coming towards your way. So having been through joint exercises, to me as an Estonian resembles a little bit of having gone to sauna together, for example, with your neighbors, so that that helps this kind of like joint trust building.
So the best free tool, like collaboration, networking, that we can do as well here as well. A final question from our online audience is, who can apply for your SOC training for a new SOC team?
Ultimately, I mean, here we're open. Our activity is largely driven by different donors, donor directions, be it EU or elsewhere. That's what we're currently doing with Western Balkans and Ukraine, for example. But you're always welcome to come to to us, and we can discuss.
So use the opportunity that Marla is here. And I think a very suitable present for a presenter who's talking about SOCs and cyber SOCs for you, and a little sweets.
Why did I choose this topic? I was hoping of getting some SOCs. Thank you.
See, this worked. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So the next topic today will not be live streamed. So sorry for online participants. I have to say goodbye, but tune in after half an hour. We're going to talk about also stories from Ukraine from a civilian perspective that will be streamed as well. But before that, and all the different legal challenges that maybe ethical hackers or some civilians that want to help out Ukraine nowadays in the cyber warfare are facing. Please let me welcome the PhD candidate at University de Montreal, Gabriel Yoni-Veralt. Please, the stage is all yours.
Thanks so much. So hi everyone, there's so many of you that's kind of intimidating, but I'm glad to be in Riga today to tell you a bit more about the stories I got to come across when I was in Ukraine. So this is CyberStory, but I think mine qualify more as human story. Maybe human in CyberStory, but let's say about me. If you read a bit about me just before the conference, let's say with my my biography on the CyberChess website, you may wonder what qualifies me to talk about such things like drones, like conflict, war, Ukraine. Looking at me like that, how do I qualify to talk about such thing? So, as Dana said, I'm a PhD candidate in bioethics at the University of Montreal, at the School of Public Health. So even that, not very convincing, public health. What does it have to do with anything? And if you look me up a bit more online, first of all, why? And after, you may wonder that it gets even worse. Am I a shapeshifter or like the dumbest spy on earth who cannot commit to an identity? Because you may have observed a range that goes from an academic just doing conference, just like this, or a war journalist, a documentarist just running around Ukraine with a camera, with a microphone, getting story of people and trying to tell those stories. Or even a humanitarian worker, because every time I go in Ukraine, and it's going to be my 5th time soon, I'm never coming empty-handed. It could be medicine, it could be computers, or just stuff for kids. I never go empty-handed, that's one of my rules. But those roles kind of help me to capture the story I'm going to tell you today. But the one that matters, the role I took when I was in Ukraine that is the most important for today, is when I decided to become a drone operator myself and see how far I can push the envelope as a civilian in Ukraine, a foreigner. I'm not even Ukrainian, not even close. So how far can I take it? I take it as far as that. So let's go back a bit and explain, so it all makes sense for you, why someone with my background could tell those stories, those human and cyber stories. Back when the war started in 2022, the full-scale invasion, you could see a lot of articles having those kind of headlines. So, Ukrainian modifying civilian drones for military use. Ukrainian farmer improvised to clear their lands of mine. Myself, when the invasion started, I flew myself to Poland, and I decided that I'm going to help as much as possible from there. The first plan was actually to go directly to Ukraine before the war, and I was kind of monitoring the thing, like, will it happen, will it not? Well, it did. So I didn't change my plane. I just changed the destination so I can get involved myself. And what I was doing when I was in Poland is just getting involved in different initiatives with the coordination center in Warsaw. And at night, I was working on my master thesis in bioethics. So everything I was going through the day was actually seen through that lens of bioethics, because I was working on this at night. So just pondering about ethical dilemmas, seeing just the way people try to do good in such a bad situation. It was quite enlightening. And it gave birth to my PhD project. And what I seek to do with that project is, what I observed is that I realized that our everyday technology, or computer, or cell phone, drones, are all tools that we can use in our daily life, of course. But now it also brings the front line closer to people, because you can get involved in war much more easier when you just use your everyday tool. So what I've been witnessing myself just in Warsaw, and in my online environment, because I was following the news like crazy, is that there's just so many ways someone with a basic knowledge of technology can get involved very closely in a war. So there was 3 use cases for my PhD that I decided to dive into. Just have a quick look at those. The first one was everything related to social media and information. So there's the memes, the meme game that was happening, especially on Twitter. I hope I don't have to explain what is a meme to the audience right now, but I feel I don't have to. It's essentially, they were capturing war tales and turned them into cultural moments. So you've seen the stamp with the guy that actually told the Russian warship to go fuck himself. Just turned into a cultural moment. It turned into a meme, and people rallied over this. And it also brings a lot of moral support for Ukrainians to have those memes. And the one I talked to were like, this is the way I recharge at night. I just check on my cell phone, and I look at the meme. And it helps them to see that even foreigner gets involved and help them. So that was an important part of them. St. Javelin, that you may recognize, is also started as a meme. And it's now an icon, like a literal religious icon. And Christian Boris turned the momentum, the popularity of St. Javelin into a business that generates millions of dollars to fund the war in Ukraine. So he bought a lot of things with that funding. Like it represents millions of dollars now. You may have heard of, sorry, right now. So the NAFO, OFAN, that you may have heard about, it's just a parody of NATO. But those guys are just chronically online and trying to fight Russian troll online, correcting misinformation and disinformation. And they are also a nice financial support because they capitalize on popular memes and events and just turning them into a joke so they can raise awareness of what's happening in Ukraine and turn those opportunities into money that they can funnel into the country to buy cars or drones or night vision, name it, they may have bought it. There's also an information and culture forum going on online at every hour of the day, and some people dedicated their waking hour to be a part of it. So this is one of the front I noticed. The other one is everything related to hacktivism and OSINT. So hacktivism, there's even a formal structure now in Ukraine called IT Army, which is a decentralized initiative to support Ukraine in their fight. So we had work from home during the pandemic, but now we have literally war from home. So there's people, even not in the country, they could be anywhere in the world, and they can decide to get into hacking activities to support Ukraine. There's many OSINT channels also that started when the full-scale invasion started. And they're on different social media, some better than others, some just armchair general, kind of guessing what's happening. And they are dedicating their time to situation analyze for what's happening before, during, or after an event. So for myself, I was using a lot that channel in Telegram when I was directly in Ukraine, because when there was an alarm, you could actually tell what was coming for you. So was it a regular threat that's just, sometimes it's just a MiG taking off in Russia, but they have no choice to put the whole country in alarm because they can actually reach everywhere in the country. But usually you took them so seriously. So you just see people looking at their phone like, nah, I'm going to pass on this one. No bunker today. So that happened. So this actually gives you a lot of situational awareness, and it's a blessing, for real. But the domain obviously had the most fun and easy to explore in this research, and that is of interest today, is everything related to drone. So you may be remembering those kind of images that were going on at the beginning of the war. We still got them today, but I remember when they were becoming very mainstream, they were shocking. Because at some point you had to understand that what you were seeing is a commercial drone that you and I can buy in the store at 10 minutes away and actually quite easily modify it to turn it into a war weapon. So these captivating images emerged en masse. They were used since 2014 in Ukraine, but they really got mainstream in 2022. So DJI and Autel are accessible brand for you to access and modify if you want to try your hand at it. There's not a lot of blueprint how to do it. And obviously, urgency breeds creativity, and in this case, it's innovation. So let's dive deeper into the story I got from the world of Ukrainian DIY drones. So most of those stories date back from 2022, 2023. The world of drones evolved quickly, and it's now another ballpark entirely. So I still need to update myself on what's happening on that front. So the first people I got to meet when I was in Ukraine were the one I call the hackers, but the hackers for the drones. So originally, those kind of devices are used for photography, simply cinema, or just taking some nice sports picture. But now they are mostly used to coordinate artillery fire on military objects in Ukraine. So Ukraine buys a lot of them in every possible way, but it gets complicated because China prevented those drones to get into the country in an official manner. So they had to be kind of creative on the way they were getting them en masse into the country. So the image you see here is a random company in Kyiv that I won't name, and they found a way to actually funnel drones into their company so they can distribute it to the front line. And the guy that was right there, his job was to check the firmware of every drone that they got in the room, which was a lot, and to see if it was an older firmware or a more recent one. So early in the war, Russian had their own gyroscope that could actually tell the position of a drone operator. And they find a way to update that firmware and made them invisible to those gyroscopes. But the more recent one with the recent firmware, they couldn't escape that. And there was one guy, apparently in Ukraine, some kind of legend, that was able to actually circumvent around that more modern firmware. So I have no idea who that guy was, but it was some kind of mystery guy who you could send your drone to and will do it for a fee. He might be working for DJI himself, no idea. So interesting about this guy is that he works in IT. And a lot of people that volunteers in Ukraine are from that domain specifically, because it's kind of an advantage. Like there's a surrepresentation of IT guy in Ukraine in volunteering as civilian, because a lot of them work in remote company from Ukraine. So the time zone works for them. In the day they have the time to volunteer, and the night they will be working, but also they will be making a very large salary compared to the cost of life of Ukraine. So they have means, and they have the time to actually help out. So this is a funny thing to see is that, and there's a lot of IT talent in Ukraine, you absolutely know that. So that was interesting to see that this particular demographic could be one of the cornerstones of the success of the DIY drone environment, just because of they had the time and they have the means to do it. The other I met, the maker, mostly. So those guys work more physically on the drones, and there's plenty of them all across Ukraine. Those I had the chance to meet when I was in Kyiv, and they were in a very random place, south of Kyiv, in a very hidden place. This was this Kazanskaya, and since then they have evolved a lot. Like the company grew bigger, they now a FPV school, and they developed their own brand of drones. So you see they had 3D printer on site. They were already working on new model instead of just modifying the current drone, so they could have something that is much cheaper, easier to assemble, and easier to put your hands on. Because like I said, it got more and more complicated to access DJI and Autel drone directly in Ukraine. So they were actually, you know, for that story, I think my parents wouldn't be proud, because I got against all the security briefing they ever did to me. I was in Kyiv, in a country at war, at night, and I just randomly contacted let's call him the CEO of that company, and just say, hey, I've seen your work and I think it's pretty good. Would you like to do an interview with me and just show me around? And he got very trusting, but the guy was also a very public figure, so I was kind of safe with that person. And he said, yes, of course, join me in that place. I went to said place, and he took me into a secondary location to actually go to the workshop. So yeah, don't do that, it's not okay, but it went well after all. And I got to get into that workshop, and funnily enough, they were in a RC, like remotely, remote car, how do you call this? They're just small cars that you can use just to have fun. Radio control car, yeah, exactly, so radio control. And the kind of tool that you use to repair those kind of car is the same that you're going to use for a drone. So they just repurpose a place in middle of the civilian places just to do that. So that was quite fascinating. The other person that I got to meet were all the teachers. So everyone who could teach me how to actually pilot a drone and be useful. I decided at some point that maybe I should just push the envelope a bit and see how far can I take it myself as a civilian, as a foreigner in the drone environment. I just decided I'm going to contact the school and see, could you teach me? They said yes, funnily enough, for a fee. That wasn't so bad. And there's many different schools in Ukraine. It's just not the one, there's many of them. And they all have different specialties. Some of them will learn you how to use a quadcopter. Some of them will be better with FPV. Some of them will show you actually repair, solder, and actually make a drone from scratch with different 3D parts. So there's a large area of those kind of schools in Ukraine. And this leads to a huge array of ethical dilemmas, because as you can see, it's fairly decentralized. So the hackers could be anywhere. They can work from home, they can go into a company, and they will just work in pockets that are not connected. The maker will be the same, so different workshops are scattered around Ukraine, and they all work differently. So also there is no standard in the way that they work. It's just kind of a race of technology like any others, and there's competition and there's pressure for the best innovation to go through, but obviously there's no standard right now. So, to what kind of ethical dilemma are we looking into? So obviously the ethical dilemma and the legal challenge will be essentially, well, they will be close, but not exactly the same. So the first one you can think about is the blurring line between civilian and military roles. So obviously the more there is a civilian blurs the line between non-combatant and combatant. Civilian participating in warfare pose ethical question also about their status under international humanitarian law, which traditionally protect non-combatant from direct attack. So you can say that all those people I named and I talked about in the presentation, they are not combatant, but they are involved in making weapons. So you can argue that might make them a legitimate target. There's also a lack of consistency in standards in the way people create those drones, like I said earlier. And the decentralized nature of the civilian drones network leads to the inconsistency in drone modification and operator training. So it affects operational efficiency and introduce safety risks for military personnel using the equipment. So if you're used to a certain standard of equipment and at some point it's just no standard that are just made for people to do, at some point you're gonna get some equipment that just doesn't work, or you just change for another one thinking it's gonna be like the same you used to do, but it's not gonna be exactly the same, and you maybe have to learn another way to operate the drones. There is no standard that are created. There's intellectual and property infringement, which goes into more the legal aspect of it, but I don't think it's that important in that context, because, well, of course, you're modifying a commercial drone for military use. It raises issue of violating intellectual property right, unauthorized alteration of patented technology. But honestly, in that situation, I'd argue it's easy to pass over. So not exactly a legal hassle for me in that situation where there's a crisis going on and you're not going to say, well, I can't modify this. It's for someone else. No, that doesn't work. And there's also the dual-use dilemma, which is one of the one that's the most interesting as an ethicist, because civilian technology repurposed for military use create those kinds of dilemmas. So back in the days, and still today, the classic dual-use dilemma was about nuclear technology. So obviously you can do a lot of great things with nuclear, but you can also do a lot of bad things. And this is one, like the poster child of dual-use. In this case, we just come to realize that people got more and more tech-savvy, and the technology get more accessible and easier to comprehend for everyday people. So basically, any technology can be used in a different way that can be, well, arguably bad. And in this case, well, again, you can see, well, Ukraine use it for good. They are defending themselves, but they're also creating a lot of blueprint for those drones to be used in different situations. So you and I could probably go to the store, get a drone, and be getting some inspiration from Ukraine, see how we can do a lot of bad things with them. Obviously, just the drone in its video and photography for photography purpose, it's already a dilemma, because you and I can decide to spy on our neighbor. We can decide to just spy over a park and everything. So there's a lot of just about the drone in its normal form. There's a lot of challenge, legal and ethical, with them. So when you start to modify them, and you say you can have a drop somewhere, anywhere, you want to cause trouble to someone, it gets a lot easier now, because all the technology is now available online, and those blueprints are easy to find. So this is something you have to talk about when you create a technology. And something I observed when I was in Estonia in May is I went into the startup ecosystem a bit. I went into a couple of conferences, and I've seen dual use being talked about as some kind of business model. So it was now a selling argument. Oh, so you can create a technology and think about dual use. It can be used in every day, but also you can have a military purpose. I suppose that's because Estonia and the Baltic state in general kind of starts to feel the heat coming to them, because now what's happening in Ukraine could be eventually evolved to something bigger and involve their country. So talking about dual use in this case seems like the right thing to do, because you want people to push innovation, but also you don't want them to be strictly military. You want that technology to be used in another way. But as an ethicist, I have a problem when we steer the conversation on dual use toward a business model and away from the cautionary tale it should be. Because every time you try to create something new, every time you put a new technology and innovation in the world, if you don't think about all the way you could be creating another problem with that technology, you're not doing your due diligence as an innovator. You're not doing the right thing for the people that will use those, but maybe be the victim of someone just hacking their way into your new technology. So, as much as I liked that aspect of Estonia, just going forward with the, hey, let's talk about dual use because it's going to be much more efficient to innovate this way. I think we should not be steering away from the conversation about dual use, because if you want to innovate in a more ethical manner, but also probably a legal manner too, you really have to be conscious of those kind of aspects that you bring into a technology. So this is a conversation that I'm looking forward to have with a lot of innovators if you're curious about this. And also, going back a bit more about the drones, there is the question of endangerment of civilians. So the people I presented to you, the maker, the hacker, like I said earlier, there's a possibility for them to be considered as a legitimate target. Now, I'm not getting into the debate that is there a legitimate target in Ukraine? There is not. This is not a legal war. This is an invasion. This is not supposed to be happening, but in another circumstances. Let's say it's more of a internationally recognized war that is supposed to happen. I'm not sure of that, but in this case of Ukraine, there's no question for me that there's absolutely no legitimate target there. Still, if you attract attention to a place because you decided to have a large amount of drone that you're going to modify, that you're going to hack into, well, you are putting people in a lot of danger around you, because if it gets known, well, they could decide to try and destroy that place. But if you embedded yourself within the civilian society and you decide to do it in your basement and it's known, well, all your neighbors, they didn't opt for that. They did not consent to be part of your war effort. So as a civilian, because you have to have those conversations with yourself, nobody's going to tell you this, like if you're in a military academy having a military ethics class. You have to think, am I putting other people in danger when I'm doing those kind of innovation? It's very important to talk about those things. And of course, there is also the problem of attribution. That is a very cyber problem in the time of warfare too. So it probably concerns more the hacktivists, because, well, essentially hacking is illegal, right? In general, you're not supposed to do that. But if you decide to do it for good, it's still illegal. But you can also wonder, especially if you're a foreigner doing it from afar, like from another country, what kind of problem you can get your country into because you decided to involve it in a war that they are not necessarily been signed up to. But if helping a country is your moral calling, just always remember, am I representing the opinion of the current politic that's over me? So the attribution of an attack, especially for the hacker, will be a problem in the future when it can come from basically everywhere in the world. So are you pulling people into a war that they did not ask for, they should not be involved in? Maybe. Also, there's a problem in general with the operational coordination in Ukraine for those kind of networks when they are decentralized. So, like I said earlier, there's a problem with the standard of quality of the product that will be done and the way to operate, and also create a lot of chaos because no one's going to operate the same way. It's a strength in a way, because in that way you can work with specific units, and when it works very well. But if it doesn't, well, it starts to show. So this, again, I'm not sure where this is going, but it's an interesting time. So what now? Well, like I said, I'm still in the field to this day. I've been to Ukraine 4 times, and I'm going in my 5th time. right after Riga. So I'm going down again for a month or two. And like I said, the story I got for that presentation date back from almost 2 years now. So I'm due for new stories, new cyber stories, but also new human stories. And I still got tons of answers a lot of questions that I don't have the answer to, because the drone ecosystem changed so much and so rapidly. So if there's some kind of call to action I'd like to finish on today, is that, well, you've seen the profile I tried to brush about myself at the beginning, is that at some point am I a journalist? Am I just a humanitarian worker? The fact is that all those kind of roles that I'm playing, I'm using them to actually meet people and get those stories out of them. And I feel like now I'm ready for more story. I'm going back soon, and I have a hunch that some of you may have a couple of stories that are worth being told, being researched, but also broadcast to the world, because that's something I do as well. I'm trying to keep raising awareness about the situation in Ukraine. There's a lot of things going on still in the world, and other wars started to break out. But I don't want Ukraine to be lost in all that noise, because that fight is still happening and it's still important. And especially coming from where I'm from in Canada, but even more, I'm French-Canadian, the subject of Ukraine is dying down, and I don't want those stories to be lost. So I want them to be researched, I want them to be known, and I want them to be inspiring. So if you happen to know a story that's worth being told, and I could tell them to people, come see me. I'll be happy to go down in Ukraine again, because that's where I'm going, and meet the person you'd like me to tell the story about. I'll be honored to. So there's the drone story, but also all those other stories of people just using everyday technology to make a difference and actually trying to prevail over Russia. So, do you have any question for me?
Thank you. Thank you, Gabriela. Are there any questions?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Gabriela, for presentation. Yes.
Thank you.
I have some thoughts about it, and just have written down. I'm also researching ethics and cybersecurity and security ethics in
we exist.
level. But the question for your perspective, we have in place international laws, but always there are those who are not following them.
Yeah, no.
But my question is about your presentation from your perspective. How can we internationally draw public attention to ethical use of technology in combat? And also, what ethical principles should guide the use of technology in combat zones?
Well, you know, that's exactly what I'm trying to decipher with my research. So the people I got to meet and heard their story, what I'm trying to do is find what are their value they hold and what kind of principle they hold for themselves. And hopefully, if I meet enough people and I'm able to capture that, maybe I'll see a pattern where some values are more stronger than other to actually conduct this operation. And, well, the reason I'm doing that research is because I'm convinced that in future conflict and conflict that are already happening, the civilian population is called to play a much bigger role now, because we can. Because that frontier got even closer to us, because technology allows us to see the war almost in live in 4K and also have an impact from home. So essentially what I want to try and see is how we can do it as safely as possible to allow those civilians who want to get involved. So in international humanitarian law, the holy grail is to have people out of the conflict so military can do their job. But you always have people in the middle staying and saying, I want to help. And back in the days, those civilians getting involved were mostly given job by the government because they knew what they were needing. But now people are autonomous in that. So autonomy would be one of the greatest value people could hold to do their job well, because they have to be autonomous to do it. But also too much autonomy will interfere with military operation. So this is something I wish they could be able to understand as well. To be efficient, you have to understand the environment you're in. And if you're just a civilian with an emotional response of, I want to help, you're not going to help most of the time. So let's find out, because that's what I'm trying to see right now. Well, maybe you can help.
Thank you. Any other questions? So I understand, as you said, civilians wanting to get involved and with ethical hacking or how you say, that number will only increase.
Yeah.
Do you have any suggestions to them? What should they be keeping in mind? You mentioned already a few, what they should be, but like the top 3, what they should be thinking about before doing that.
Top 3? Situational awareness. Where are you?
Yeah.
Are you in a different country or are you in the same country? So it depends on the kind of volunteering that you're doing. So also understand that what you'll be doing, even if you got good intention, you could do it badly too. So it's important to have that awareness about you. The other one would be mostly for the people spending too much time online, chronically online people. Touch some grass. Because, well, like anything, like the people spending time in social media and trying to fight disinformation and find Russian trolls and just be well into it, they build their own personality around hating someone. For now, there's a purpose to that. Like, I mean, I will never judge someone of hating Russian. There's a lot of reason to hate Russia and Russians at the moment. And at some point, this war will stop. But Russia will probably still exist. And if not Russia, Russian will still exist. And we'll have to get along, because after war, peace will come. And something will have to happen for an army to be restored. But if you spend like 4 years online hating on Russian, there's some kind of radicalization that happened within yourself that you have to come to peace with. So there's a way to do peace with that. So yeah, touch some grass for people online. And you ask for a top 3, and I just say 2. So I'm going to try and be quick about this one. Be smart about it. Be smart about everything you do. Because if you just try and help without knowing what you're doing, you're just going to cause a lot of havoc. And I think it's tie up again to situational awareness. Yeah.
Like in chess, right?
Like in chess.
Like in chess. So thank you, Gabriela, for all what you do. And here's a little present. Socks and candy. As for us, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
I appreciate it.
So now it's like a bittersweet moment. We have to close the CyberStory parallel track. And I hope these brave stories shared here on this stage gave you not just some tips and tricks that how you can cope with similarities back at work, but also opened up a horizon how you can look at cybersecurity in general. But CyberChess is not over, and I invite everyone to, not just to the coffee break, but after to the panel discussion, where we're going to discuss disinformation and artificial intelligence. Very engaging presentation, so see you all in the Omega Hall.
Component of it, and we can manage the software and firmware and updates, so through the life cycle of these IoT devices. And another criteria which is very important for our customers is how long the actual device works when the battery needs to be changed. And we are aiming at 10 years battery life with proper management, and if a device fails, it's also very important, and you can replace the particular chip with a new one, a repaired one, and it inherits only those access rights it requires. That's not. We have done together with partners some well-known things. For example, we have 5G router, which is produced together with our partner MicroTik, which has all the DSM parts. The supply chain is all verified, and so if somebody wants to, we can buy. We can offer for somebody to buy a 5G NATO European Union produced product off the shelf already.
Yeah, and before I jump into my next question of AI, just what you mentioned, that then means then that you have to replace your chips every X amount of years, no? And
not in most cases. When we talk about RFID and NFC, the chips that I have are passive. Most of the upgrades and the updates would actually be done at the receiver, not at the chip itself. So the software would be on what I'm actually presenting to the receiver. The chips themselves are typically set to a standard, and unless the actual standard changes, the chips themselves, with the exception of the credit card that I have in my hand, which has to be replaced every 5 years anyway, they're pretty much good unless they actually change to the point where these chips will no longer be read by their specific readers.
Interesting. Coming back to you, Dimitro, on the topic of artificial intelligence, but anyone feel free to chip into this context because it's a slight idea that I got just before coming up on stage here. Obviously, supply chain, when it comes to cyber supply chain attacks, are a very huge part and a very big topic recently. You work with disinformation quite a lot, and specifically with artificial intelligence. Now, what could be the possible impacts of a, in quotation marks, call it a supply chain attack, to sort of a large language model or OpenAI, that sort of company, where, potentially, I know they also provide solutions that you can set up, locally, for example, but say they were compromised, then, a malicious actor could actually modify the models such that they feed out complete propaganda, theoretically, no?
Oh, that's a good point. Generally, I think to interfere with the model, you don't necessarily need to get into the infrastructure. You don't need to compromise it because there are easier ways to do it. And interestingly, we are very much vulnerable in these regards because the model is so big. No one really understands precisely how it works. You don't know all the edge cases, and it's cat and the mice game. You keep catching those cases and they keep emerging because you're updating the models, and the easiest way to get into is through the data, because it collects data from all over the place. You compromise data, you compromise the model. And coming to disinformation and propaganda cases, it's not that difficult to do, because basically there are two problems. First, the data distribution itself. Imagine you as a bad actor, you just pollute internet with your opinion, with your point of view. And then model gets it, and then model is biased towards it. And then what can you do? You can try to filter the data somehow during the training phase, but it's difficult. And then if you are filtering the data, you need to have your own bias as a researcher, as an OpenAI, what's true and what's not true. And then you need to decide, okay, we don't take, for example, Russian content, but we take some other content, and what's the criteria? Now there is a huge debate led by Elon Musk. What is truth and how do you define it? So most of the developers of the models, they don't want to make this hard decision, and they just take whatever goes. And then they're building guardrails on top, trying to make model very polite, and like unbiased. And again, it's an approach that everything goes, which means that hardware is the last thing I would attack if I'm a hostile actor.
I think that brings up one point that I'd like to add on to yours. If you take a look at OpenAI, Google, Microsoft, all of the large AI models, there's no transparency in how the data models are actually formed, what they're actually using, and to your point, there's nothing stopping anybody from just going out and basically polluting bad advice. And that, I think, is one of the bigger issues, is we don't know what the models are trained on and how they're actually generating that information off the jump.
Yeah, that's absolutely true.
I would say in corporate environments, you have a little bit better situation because you can isolate your AI models or large language models, so you train them on data you trust, you train them on corporate data, and you do not allow anybody from the internet pollute your data and decision making.
But when we're dealing with private GPTs like that, what do you do when your model needs information? I mean, let's say to your point, in a corporate environment, I have a private GPT that I'm training off of my information. What happens when I now get beyond the limits of my data model? How do I then add to it without potentially polluting that?
You get external data, verified, and do not distribute your own data.
And back to supply chain we go. All right, Egon, so obviously, AI is a massive risk, as is any other great technology that, can be both in the right hands and the wrong hands. Being one of the leaders of technological advancements in Latvia, do you see any other risks that potentially people should focus on in the near future that maybe is not so apparent now, but could be in the next 5, 10, 15 years, from your point of view?
Well, the last decade or so has shown that the core risk comes from humans themselves being, well, they trust everything they see, they want to be nice. During the conversations, they want to be interesting, and they share way too much information. And I would say that critical thinking and alternative ways of verifying. If somebody sends you a message, for example, call him or her, ask if it's really true. Those simple techniques work for 20 plus years, and I think new technologies, if AI suggests you something wrong, check directly with the source or someone you know or someone you trust. So common sense, critical thinking, and well, a bit of optimism, I think, will bring this world to the next generation technology pretty good.
Absolutely, and Len, potentially, the risk of critical thinking and human interaction, could that be challenged by transhumanism? And
Not at this point, because when it comes to transhumanism, we're dealing with basically, cause and reaction type of interfaces. If we can get to the point where we can embed full computers and they're not in a passive state, then absolutely, but we're not at that point yet. So, I mean, it's definitely, I would say, within the next 3 to 5 years based on current battery and power technology. So it's coming.
Yeah, well, it's a crazy world we live in. A lot of new technologies emerging, and alongside them, a lot of risks. But I wanted to thank each of you here today for joining me on stage and sharing your insights onto, the actual risks of technologies that not only are from the future, but from the present day as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
ESET Threat Intelligence is the direct output of ESET's unique visibility into the global threat landscape, and it's carefully curated by our team of experts. So what does that mean exactly? Unlike many competitors, ESET isn't merely a threat intelligence broker. We don't just source threat intel from multiple sources like VirusTotal and then resell it in a nice package. The primary source of our threat intel is the user base of ESET security solutions. Over 110 million users in over 190 countries. We witness the cyber attacks firsthand as they unfold globally. Through the power of AI and human expertise, we protect our users and we turn this telemetry into actionable threat intelligence. But even with such outstanding visibility, our offering isn't about volume, but about quality. For example, our APT reports are expertly crafted by threat researchers who track the activity of dozens of threat actors on a daily basis.